In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following is a world-class Bullshitters exclusive.
Welcome to World Class Bullshitters, the epitome of pop culture. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight, for now, is Big Rig Nick Utam.
Glad to be here on this wonderful Thursday night. We're going to talk about a lot of fun stuff this week. A lot of things have happened.
Yes, we do. We have a lot of things to talk about. Now, folks, you'll have to pardon my tardiness. I'm feeling a little under the weather after watching the Marvels, and that is not an exaggeration. But,
This is why I tell you, do not play battle shits at the theater, okay, man? Just don't do it.
I live pretty much alone. There's no one else. Never mind. We're not going to get it. You can't play that online, Nick, okay? I'm hungry. I'm craving for human interaction.
Hey, man, all I'm just saying is you could face on a bunch of people. It'd be really fucking awkward, but you could do it, okay? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, I'm going to take
that should be our new phone app, Battle Shits.
Fuck you, man. Let's do it. Everyone would play battleships with each other. We could sell it to Snapchat for $1 billion.
It would be terrible. It would be terrible.
Now, folks, I want to lay this out so everybody in the chat understands. Dion is currently suffering through the Marvels. He's almost done. I caught it at a very early screening today. So we're going to give you the full Marvels review. We're just going to ask for your patience for just a little bit while Dion gets here. But folks, we have a whole show planned outside of that. Nick and I are going to talk about the new Ghostbusters trailer. We're going to get caught up with you guys and a whole bunch more. So don't worry. We're not honey dicking you. We're going to tell you how bad the Marvels is. And I need time to let it process, but a sweet, quick death is more interesting than watching the Marvels ever again. It is really, really bad. Like, you're getting the messages, Nick. Dion keeps walking out of the theater to message us how fucking much he hates this movie.
You know what? I thought because there's a theater down like 5 minutes from the road. I was like, man, I'm gonna go watch it and talk about you guys. And I was like, I don't feel like fracturing my mental sanity to go watch this movie, like because I've completely given up on anything Disney. I really have. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna clean.
You know what? Cleaning is a better option. Everything is a better option than the Marvel, folks. And like I said, in a moment, we'll be getting to that as soon as Dion rolls up. But we have a lot of things to cover first. So, folks, first off, welcome to episode 379 of WCBs, the epitome of pop culture. We're only 21 episodes away from episode 400, where we have a lot of big things planned for the channel. So you'll be able to see us, hear us, know us, and meet us even more in 2024. Now, like we always do, we want to thank you to everybody who's joining us tonight. Let's give some shout outs, Nick, because we've got a lot of people here early tonight, like our friend WTF Viewer, James Lizzer, Trips Lord of Inconvenience. We have Pick and Save, Alexander the Great, Miss Ninja Julian, Jerry. We also have Escape from Barbie Land, my co-host from the High Council, Caffeinated Wolf. Hail to you, my friend. Keely Chow, who just picked up a copy of Stealing Solo. Thank you very much, Keely Chow. Garth Vader, who also is a Stealing Solo reader. We also have Adama, Darian217, Clone Geek, Michael, and all sorts of other people in the chat tonight. So, folks, do us a favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Can't forget to say hello to TLJ Screwjob, Kai, as well as Dean H. and Isato Fortune. Thank you to all of our members who support WCBS. Thank you to all of our patrons who support WCBS. And thank you to everyone who joins us each and every week for every video and is here all the time for WCBS. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. That is how I'm going to fight the bullshit that was the Marvels, Nick. I'm going to throw positivity out into the world, and I'm going to get it back.
Well, I mean, the Marvels probably didn't do that, so that's a plus. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please do hit that like button and do share the video out as much as you can because YouTube doesn't like us these days.
Only on the live streams, man. The videos have been kicking ass. We have been growing. We're past 194K. The toy video got our toy videos average about 100,000 views in about 2 weeks or
Dude,
so.
Everybody creams themselves for those fucking toy videos. I swear to God.
Well, there's another one coming next week. I already went out and got footage from a different store. Here's the way I do it. I never go to the same store each and every week because I don't want to give the audience crap. But I've noticed that this Ollie's thing has been taken off. And I always like to remind people, I've been filming at Ollie's since 2017. I've been shopping at Ollie's for over a decade at this point. So while you may be new to the Ollie's craze, WCBS was the first and still is the best at all the whatever you want to call them, the toy videos. So
yeah, I also love reading some of the Twitter stuff. People are like, "Ollie's isn't real. I don't have it near me." I'm like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah, you know what, Nick?
You're an idiot.
In-N-Out Burger is not real because I don't live by one. Disney World is not real, Nick. I live in Ohio. There's no Disney World in Ohio. It's not real. Man, people are. The worst one I got was some guy that was like, I thought you made up your Ollie's videos. Yes, dude, I get a fucking warehouse full of toys that I spent tens of thousands of dollars on to walk around in a circle and say, hey, look, nobody bought this stuff. Like, that's the one that always blows my mind.
No. The reality is you won the lottery like 5 years ago and you've just been like faking the Ollie's stuff, for the past 5 years.
Yeah, I'm so rich. I'm bored.
You have a studio somewhere with all these toys. You buy them all and then mark them down in the little thing and show people that they're really. By the way, people, that's satire, just so you know. I'm just going to clip it and be like, oh, they admitted it. It's like, no, this is just we're just being assholes.
I read the comments under the most recent toy video. I'm like, my God, I shouldn't have done that. Somebody's like, I can't believe you throw toys on the ground. And I'm like, how are you so dense? Like, I still remember people were like, I can't believe you kicked over those Rose Ticos. You should be kicked out of Kroger. It's like, motherfucker, I picked them up, just not on camera. Do you expect me? It's like, if it doesn't happen on camera, it doesn't happen. It's like, Nick, I've never taken a shit on camera. That means I've never shit in my entire life. So I'm dead. I've never, what have I never done on camera? I've never cooked a meal on camera. I've never, ever cooked a meal, Nick.
You never brush your teeth on camera?
Yeah.
I've never
brushed my teeth on camera. I've never shaved. I have the world's biggest beard. My beard is so big. It's like Peter Griffin's.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
birds flying in and out.
That's thanks to the Gen Zers and the TikTok era. It's like, if it doesn't happen on camera, it didn't happen. It's like, even then you're gonna say it. Even if you see it happen, you say, oh, it's fake. So there's no pleasing anybody.
If somebody says it to me in person, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna whoop your ass off camera, and then when we go to court, because it didn't happen on camera, it didn't happen. So I never did it.
Oh God, that would be hilarious to see. I still remember. I think you told us a story about you and Phil and some other guys watching a Star Wars movie in theaters there in Ohio, and somebody gave you shit, and then you stood up.
Oh, The Last Jedi. The guy wanted to start shit with me because I was like, man. I said, what a terrible movie. I said, I hated the movie, and there was this preachy allegory about animal rights. And the guy goes, I don't know. I like animal rights. And I turned around and I said, you want to talk to me directly? And he just shut up. So it's like the most violent I've ever been in my life. Well, except when we watched The Rise of Skywalker, but that's a topic for another time.
That's true. God, flashbacks. Jeez.
I know, right? Now, folks, I guess Darian217 is correcting us, though. He's like, you cooked those fajitas and tacos on camera during Oscar night, didn't you? I guess I did. Well, fuck, Nick. I have cooked a meal on camera. I apologize.
Oh my god. How dare you? So you only eat fajitas and tacos all the time because that's the only thing you've cooked.
I thought everything was a fajita or a taco, Nick.
I mean,
like this can of liquid death. It's just fajita in a can. Olay.
Oh man.
Gotta love liquid death. Anyway, folks.
If only we get sponsored.
All we have to do is like actually try. We've never done that. We've had people approach us for years and we're just like, no, but now we will. So quick shout out from our friend to Georgia. He says, WDW Pro gave you a nod in a recent video about Disney toy sales. Well, folks, we're friends with WDW Pro. He's a cool dude. Make sure you guys check out his videos. We'll have him on the channel in a couple of weeks to get caught up and see what's new over in his neck of the woods.
I don't know. Some people love giving us shit and love telling us that we copied their toy videos and they were doing it first. So I don't know.
Oh, those people are full of shit. I won't say their name on air because they don't get.
Yeah, neither will I. I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
I see him on Twitter all the time trying to take credit, and I'm like, hey, folks, here's a video from 5 years ago. Would you like to check the timestamp?
Yeah. Oh well.
Look, the views on theirs aren't the views on ours, so that's cool.
Yeah.
If you go into a toy store and somebody writes your name on the box and asks you to put their name in the video, then you've made it. There we go. So, Nick, let's stop talking about things that are unimportant to us and everyone else here, because this is WCBS, the epitome of pop culture, where we're world class first, bullshitters second. That might be our new catchphrase: world class first, bullshitters second. I kind of like that. So, right now, folks, on the screen, you see the image for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, what I'm going to call the fourth Ghostbusters film. There would never be a fifth one out there. There's not an alternate reality where some douche named Paul Feig made a really bad Ghostbusters film. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about what's fourth in the official continuity of Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. And the first trailer for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire just dropped yesterday. Now, I saw it online, and I enjoyed it. Then I saw it on the big screen before I saw Captain Marvel this evening, and it was much better on the big screen.
Yeah,
But before I give my opinions...
Yeah, that's probably the best 5 minutes of that whole experience.
It was, like, seeing Ecto 1 and everything was cool. Nick, before I give any of my thoughts on the trailer, I'd like to know what you thought.
Well, I mean, like, as long as it's not, as long as we're not, like, trying to, like, be inclusive in that bullshit and trying to, like, member berries this and try to pull a fucking South Park. We're like, oh, we're gonna trade this person for this person, this and that. Like, as long as we keep the same crew, we're fine. So we do have the same crew, some of the same crew from Afterlife. So I'm down with that. They're back in New York. They're back at the old firehouse. It gets me a little excited for that, So I'm down for it. The only two things I'm not a fan of are Patton Oswalt and Kunal Nanjiani.
Same.
Patton Oswalt, fucking hate him. He's just a fucking Hollywood shill. He's a dumbass. Him and Kevin Smith are like interchangeable. I swear to God. Kunal Nanjiani, we gotta hate him because Kendo hates him.
Yeah, Kendo will be here in a little bit, folks, so he can dump on himself.
Yeah, I mean they could have picked any other like Indian guy or any other brown person to fucking do that role, but no, they pick him.
It could have been you.
It could have been.
Thank you for
that. Thank you for that nod of confidence. I mean, I was thinking maybe like, I don't know, maybe Raul Coley, maybe Cal Penn. There's not a lot of us out there, but there are a few of us. I don't know who else, man. Probably not.
Am I on the spectrum of brown? Could I be in Ghostbusters?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Fuck it. We'll make you Indian. We'll darken you up a little bit and put a dot on your forehead. It's fine. We'll be okay.
Can I have a 5-day wedding too?
Sure. Sure. Why not?
I want to take a week to get married. Actually, that'd just be fun. It's a long party.
Oh God, it would be. Yeah. Those are my two gripes. That's the only thing. Other than that, it looks interesting. I'm glad the guys are back. I'm glad all the old Ghostbusters are back, and once again they're back in New York and stuff. So that's cool. Apparently, I have Ghostbuster news on my Instagram feed. They're already saying that there's a difference in the packs now. There's some like yellow bar there on the new
I saw
packs.
That.
There's already a 3D printed file out. People can get it for free and put it on like their Hasbro ones to make it look newer. So that's a thing. Also this whole thing about what song were they playing in the beginning of the trailer? I forget what it was.
Oh, Cruel Summer by Bananarama.
Thank you, Cruel Summer. And I was just like, I know that song and I know what they're trying to do, and I was like, that's a little weird, but once again, it's Ghostbusters, and as long as it's not Paul Feig, it's fine, So, but and the whole like cold thing, I mean, that's a little weird. I don't know if they're going for a climate change angle or not, which I hope not. So.
Yeah, I don't need Ghostbusters to be a socially conscious film franchise. It just needs to be funny and well written and tightly edited.
Yeah, yeah.
And exactly. Have good effects.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. But I feel like this is also like the Poltergeist 3 of the kind of thing where like they've gone from the small town, now they're in New York.
I've never seen Poltergeist 3 or The Exorcist 3 or Psycho 3, Nick.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I just don't do 3s in horror film franchises unless it's Halloween.
Still. Yeah, I mean that's fair. But I don't know, it's interesting. Once again, glad Paul Rudd's back. Love that guy.
Yep.
Just I'm excited. I'm open-minded. It looks good. I just hope it's has the same feel as Afterlife. I really do. That's all I want. I want it to just be good. Really, that's all it all boils down to. If we can get that, I'll be happy. But I do think I'm going to call this now. The 3 older Ghostbusters are going to die. I'm calling it now.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I'm calling it now. I said that. I know. I said that about Afterlife, but I'm calling it for this one as well. They're going to die.
I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised. But if they're wise, they won't try to treat this as the trilogy. Like, they won't treat this like the second part of a trilogy. They should treat it like a 4th film where you don't have to have the hero die in the second one and have the big blow off in the third. Like, these movies aren't guaranteed to keep coming out. They're very dependent upon how they perform at the box office, because Afterlife was a hit, but it wasn't a hit the way the original Ghostbusters was in 1984 and 1985, respectively, after its re-release.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's a lot riding on this. I enjoyed the trailer quite a bit. I liked the butt shot of the lady running on the beach. I thought that was very obvious when they put it in there. And then I saw on the big screen, and I was like, because I went and saw this movie with Phil today, and I was like, hey man, get ready, there's gonna be a butt shot. And then we just laughed because it's like I'm from the future. But all joking aside, I have the same critiques. I hate Patton Oswalt. I don't like him. At least Kevin Smith has made movies and stuff that I actually think are relevant and good. And at their point when they came out, they were important. Patton Oswalt's just been the dude with the annoying voice from The King of Queens. And like, I would love for Rob Zombie to come back and make one more horror movie where Patton Oswalt gets killed like somebody in Halloween 2. Just smash his head. Michael Myers comes back. Zombie Michael Myers, whatever it is. Put Patton Oswalt in a wood chipper. In a film, not in real life. I would pay $100 to watch that movie. I don't give a shit. And I want his head to go in last because I just want to, never mind. Anyway, I don't like him at all. I really dislike him as an actor. Kumail Nanjiani, I don't like him either. He doesn't add anything to anything he's in. I just kind of, roll my eyes whenever he's in a movie. But yeah. Paul Rudd, the cast from the last movie, the kids were fine actors. I liked everything I saw. I'm going to go next year. Folks, it's funny. Wokebusters will be out right around, and I mean out like to you, and we'll have the relaunch and all that stuff around the time that movie comes out. So 2024 is going to be a big Ghostbusters, Wokebusters, WCBs year. We're almost there. I'm almost done. I have 8 pages left, and then a couple touch-ups because I changed the Wokebusters car. It's now a beer truck that you'll see in the comic itself. Nick saw it the other day. It looks pretty cool.
I still vote for there being like a remnants of like Saint Anki on the side of the fucking
dude,
on the side of the beer truck.
If you look closely in Stealing Solo, the license plate in the backup story says Saint Anki on it. I put that as the Ohio license plate. It says Saint Anki. So there's a nod to Broken Lizard already in one of our comic books.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Oh my god.
But the thing I took away, because the people on the internet have been going nuts about 2 things this week that have been in my feed: the Ghostbusters trailer and the Zelda movie announcement. And the thing about the Ghostbusters trailer is everybody wanted to buy one of those fucking red jackets. And then they found out they were $1,700 and they all shut up. And now they're trying to look for facsimiles because they can't afford a $1,700 coat. I would not pay $1,700 for a coat.
Here's the thing. Like those jackets will come out next Christmas. 100%.
But they want them now, Nick, because the trailer's been out for 27 hours.
I understand completely. I get it. They look really fucking cool. Even when I saw the end of it, I was like, oh, that's really awesome. But I'm sure you'll get people who will be like, oh, you can buy this jacket and then add these patches to it, and this will look the same. Or add these things to it and look the same. Like you'll get people you'd cosplay people who are on it right now who will figure it out. Like they know what they're doing. But yeah, $1,700 for a coat. That coat better blow me. Okay. It
might blow you away, Nick, because that's what a $1,700 coat would do.
Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. $1,700. Jeez, man. That's a lot. Yeah. That's crazy.
I thought, custom proton packs, suits, and all that shit. Like a whole Ghostbusters get up isn't even going to cost you $1,700. So, at every con, starting now, honestly, you're going to see people dressed as the Ghostbusters with those coats over top. People, I love the internet. I love the creativity it brings, but it also the I have to have it right now mentality. It's just like, whew, guys, it's been a day.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you blame Amazon's next day shipping or whatever for that kind of thing, like your Temu or Shan or whatever the hell another bullshit is, Alibaba, whatever it is. Like blame that for it, where people can get things cheap and convenient. So that's what it kind of boils down to.
I got my printer ink in an afternoon, so that made me happy.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I quit Prime, so everything comes a little bit later. Like it takes 4 days extra because I don't want to pay for shipping. So
Peasant.
I don't use Prime at all, so I'm not gonna pay like $120 a year for something I'm not gonna use.
Fair. I use Prime like every couple days, but let's stay on topic for the people because I can see the people are going, "What about the Ghostbusters stuff?" Yeah. So I liked the trailer. I hope the Ghostbusters do not die. Let's play a quick game before we jump to another topic because, like I said, folks, Dion's screening is just letting out, and he hates it so much that he leaves the theater to send us messages. So this isn't one of those. Dion's gonna love this movie. I've never had Dion message me in the middle of a movie.
Yeah, when Dion leaves to go, I think he said take a break or something. One of the videos, I was like, oh
Smoke
dear
break?
God, yeah. I was like, oh, if he has to do that, in a movie, that's not good. That's already not good.
There's a teaser. I had no fun in this movie, and when I'm telling you that the first Captain Marvel is so much better than what I saw today,
wow,
yeah, man.
Wow.
You got to remember, we always give honest, objective reviews of these movies. When the first Captain Marvel came out, we reviewed the movie on its own merit. We weren't worried about Brie Larson or that dreaded W word that everyone throws around instead of actual film criticism. We straight up said, we're going to review this movie for its merits or lack thereof. And we gave the original Captain Marvel a 5 out of 10. That was the original WCBS score, and it has not changed. If I clearly hated this new movie, it's got to be below a 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10. So you got to wait just a few more minutes to hear Dion, because trust me, there's a lot to unpack. This is going to be an EFAP level discussion of the Marvels, because while the movie itself offers very little in terms of growth, style, substance, comedy, heart, earth, water, wind, and all the other elements that make up Captain Planet, we're stuck with Captain Marvel. And you're not going to really enjoy yourself, folks. So I'm just going to let you know ahead of time, don't pay money to go see this movie. Don't watch it out of morbid curiosity. Don't watch it as a joke. Don't watch it to support strong, independent women. Don't watch it to support people of color. Just don't watch it, okay? Do yourself a favor. Put yourself first for once. Listen to your pals at WCBS. We're here for you guys to entertain you.
And I always suggest of acquiring the movie by alternative means. I can't.
Not worth it. Not
really
even worth.
Holy shit! Really?
Reading the Wikipedia page is enough. Seriously, you read the wiki of this movie, you got it. It's not visually interesting. It's not visually stunning. It doesn't offer you anything.
Dude, that reminds me of reading the fucking Wikipedia page for Dark Fate, the whole plot, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Anyways, back to Ghostbusters. When does this come out?
It comes out in March.
Okay, cool.
So
that's good.
Folks.
Good. Yeah,
Ghostbusters and Wokebusters will be out the same time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just doing the podcast, hanging out with you guys, and watching Ghostbusters. Like I've gotten a bigger appreciation for it over the years. Especially getting like the ridiculous like 5-disc Steelbook Blu-ray and watching that, listening to the commentaries and stuff, and just really appreciating it, man. It's just like, damn, man, it's a really good franchise. I wish they'd done more with it early on, but I guess that just not how Hollywood worked back then. And man, I mean, this looks interesting. This looks good. I'm definitely gonna check it out for sure. Day of. So
yeah, folks, we will have the review on a Thursday night. We'll all go out and see this one early, and we'll give you the full WCBS roundtable. Nick, this year, this coming year, we're going to be doing things a little differently. I'd like us to, in the build up for Ghostbusters 4, we're going to do, we'll do reviews of the first 3, and we'll do some commentaries, because I don't think we have all of Ghostbusters commentaries out there, just the 2016 one.
Yeah. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Yeah. And if you need to come down here or I need to come up there, we may do them on camera together. We'll figure it out. We'll make it big, man. We'll make it big.
I'll drive 8 hours to watch Ghostbusters with one of my closest friends. Yeah, why not?
And drink, oh darn, and eat good food. Holy shit, that sounds terrible.
That sounds like a hell of a time.
Yeah, I know.
Now, Nick, I see a lot of people in the chat talking about put a chick in it, make her gay. Well, guys, I have some good news for you in the chat.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
I got all the buttons.
You did it. You got the buttons.
I got 4 of them, folks. So,
dude, I heard that like apparently they are super butthurt about that.
Well, of course they'd be butthurt because somebody put them out, put them on Front Street, and that's not where they want to live. They want to live in, Lucasfilm, or they want to live on the lot at Disney, and that's fine. I used to drive by the lot at Disney all the time because I lived off that highway. It's a nice, beautiful campus, but screw those people. I think they deserve a little taste of their own medicine because for years it was always, talking down to the fans, and some fans can be crazy, but we're also passionate, and the passionate ones that are well articulated are not, to be treated that way. So, sorry, Dr. Meatball broke me a little bit.
Yep. I saw that too. Oh man, I wish we could say that, but that's not for this platform.
No. Check us out on Rumble, where we'll say all the words. We should just put out an album. WCBS says all the words you can't say on YouTube.
Oh my god! I propose. Okay, I propose an idea? Should I type it out first or just say it?
If it can be monetized, I guess type it out so we don't give the idea away to this platform.
Okay, let's see here if I can do this. Let's see.
While you type it out, I will keep talking to the audience. So, folks, one more teaser for the Marvels. Like I put on Twitter, follow us on WCBS. It's short, and that's the best thing to say about it.
Right.
It honestly is its best. I will be in Michigan. We can make that happen, Nick.
Okay. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. It's might as well start the year off right. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. Speaking of starting off things, I'm surprised we didn't get a word of the day from Shrebbles 08. We'll have to make a word up ourselves. That's weird. But folks, I do like to read the super chats all in order, but our friend Adama, since he's helping us fill a little time here, since it's a very generous one, he asks, guys, now that you're all back for another Thursday night, what did you think of the Fall Guy trailer? It looks like a fun action movie to me.
Oh,
this trailer played before the Marvels. It looked fine. I didn't realize it was like the Fall Guy TV show with what's his face, the $6 Million Man, Lee Majors, right?
Oh, okay, that one. Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I'm on board. I'll check this one out. I can't tell you it's going to be a day one viewing for me, Adama. Ryan Gosling's fine. Like, I respect him as an actor. I didn't like Barbie, but that's nothing to do with him. I thought he was still funny in it.
I love how he's driving again, like he did in the movie, Drive.
I wish it would have been a sequel to that.
Yeah, but I'm always
Lee Majors. There it is. What were you saying? Sorry, I was just correcting myself.
No, I'm always down for a blatant action movie that's really fun. Like we need we need more fun things as opposed to more socially conscious bullshit. So I'm always down for that.
Oh, I agree 100%. I understand that there's a time and a place to put a message in your film, but there's also a time and a place to just watch a film. And that is now, because we've been bombarded with people like this actor strike, this writer strike really opened up people to, we don't necessarily need what they're pumping out because we're all fine without them type of mentality. And that's cool. And The Fall Guy looks like it could be one of those films that is just fun. It's Ryan Gosling being a stuntman who solves crimes and, does shit. Cool.
Oh my god! Yeah. Yeah. That's once again. If the movie does well, I hope they do more of them. But this, I don't know. I'm from. It does look like a lot of fun, though.
It does, and Adama, I'm glad you brought up a movie that actually seems fun. Because earlier this year we talked about Operation Fortune, which we loved a lot.
Oh my god, dude! I think it's on Stars or on Max. I've been watching the shit out of it, man. It's just it's everything I want. I'm a huge Jason Statham fan. Him doing the action comedy thing. Oh god, he pulls it off so fucking well. That movie's so much fun and so funny. It has everything I want. It has the spy element. It's got the British comedy. It's got the dry humor. We've got Carrie Ellis. Like Dude, it's so much fun. So much fun.
It is great.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about it, folks. Nick and I did a glowing review of it earlier in the year. So if you'd like to hear that glowing review, check that out on our channel.
Yeah. If you guys can, and that's one movie I think Jeff will say as well. You need to like buy it and own it, not just rent it or watch it on Netflix. Like actually own it because it's worth it.
I've never watched Josh Hartnett in a movie and went, man, Josh Hartnett can act. Like normally I'm just like, oh, that dude's got a bad haircut, or go back to TV. But no, in that movie, I was like, damn, Josh Hartnett, you have become a good actor. So everybody does a good job in that movie. Even if you don't like Guy Ritchie films, I think you're gonna love it.
That's and Guy Ritchie's kind of been pivoting a little bit. I know he did that one, and then he did one called Covenant as well.
You don't mean Alien Covenant, do you, Nick?
No. It's a different one. It's entirely different. Okay, I've slowly been watching the Fall Guy trailer since as we've been talking. This is hilarious and so good. This looks like so much fun.
So you on board?
Dude, I'm on board. I'm there. Let's watch. Let's review it.
All right, folks. Well, join us next year for the Fall Guy. So
yeah, it looks like so much fun.
Thank you to Adama for your very generous super chat. We'll check out the Fall Guy next year. So, guys, Marvel Phase 5 is here. It's been here for a little while. We had Guardians of the Galaxy 3 drop earlier this year, and that film was fine. It was pretty good. It wasn't as good as the other two Guardians of the Galaxy films, but it was an enjoyable story with a lot of heart, good characters, great action, good special effects. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was pretty much what everybody expects out of a modern-day superhero film. But over the last couple of years, we've watched the Marvel brand fall off a cliff. It started pre-pandemic. I know Disney likes to hide behind the pandemic as the thing that killed them. Oh, it's the pandemic. No, it is not. It is a series of unfortunate decisions by Disney that brought them to this lowly place. And so today's film that we'll talk about as soon as Dion gets here in just a moment is the result of that. Now, like I said, the road to the Marvels is paved with failures. It starts out really with the Disney Plus side of the MCU, because you take Jeff from 2008 all the way to 2019, you're not going to find me really talking shit about a Marvel film. I was on board. If it was from the MCU, I saw it day one. And more than likely, I liked it. Now, some weren't as good as others. I didn't really like Iron Man 3 ever. I never really enjoyed Thor 2 as much as other people.
Bastard.
I know, right? I know you like Iron Man 3 quite a bit.
Well, no, I'm just a huge Iron Man fan, but go on, please.
Iron Man's the shit. I would kill to have a hero as interesting as Iron Man. I would kill to have a hero 1/10 as interesting as Iron Man in the Marvels. Because the one thing Phil said to me during the movie, because we were both really bored, he's like, man, this movie needs some testosterone. And he wasn't saying it because he clarified it afterwards. He wasn't talking about this movie needs a dude in it, because the guys are lame characters, and I don't really care. Like, I'm not worried about, representation or things like that. But the characters in this movie, like, they're just like, it's so tiring to sit down and watch. I mean, there's literally a girl slumber party on a spaceship where they eat snacks and learn how to do powers together and play jump rope. That's really in this movie, dude.
Oh man, that's wonderful.
No, it's not, man. You didn't watch it. You can laugh at my misfortune, but I will.
I'm gonna say this is your Black Christmas 2019, because I watched that and it was terrible. I want to say this is your moment for that that whole.
Now, my
thing.
question to you, Nick, is how well do you remember Black Christmas 2019?
I've been trying to drink to wipe to neuralize myself from that memory.
The Marvels is so bad, I forgot a lot of it as I left the theater. Like, I'm sitting there,
oh my god,
eating my popcorn, watching the movie, drinking it all in, leave the movie theater, throw the stuff away, and I go, what did I just watch?
By the way, I need to address the chat, okay? I forgot to tell everybody that me and Brie Larson did get divorced. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't post it and make a tearful, IG reel or something about it. It happened. All right, I'm moving on. I'm trying to improve myself. Okay.
Well, then don't watch this movie because she gets married.
What?
Yeah, she has a husband.
Huh?
Yeah, she marries this Asian guy from another planet.
That basmati whore.
Yeah. I know you're heartbroken, right? I thought you forgave her.
Yeah, real heartbroken. Real heartbroken, let me tell you.
So you found out she moved on.
Yeah, super heartbroken.
So, as I was saying a moment ago, the road to the MCU Phase 5 is paved with failures, mainly on Disney Plus. This movie is a the response to the Disney Plus shows, because if you haven't watched every Disney Plus show, this movie won't make sense. It used to be you had to catch up on the MCU by watching a couple movies or just kind of know comic books in general. This is a movie where you need to have seen WandaVision. You need to have seen Miss Marvel, because that kid that plays Miss Marvel, I have never watched a more annoying Marvel character ever. Her voice and this gushing she does over Captain Marvel every 5 minutes. She makes that sound throughout the movie. And she makes the same sound gushing over Captain Marvel as she does when she gets like hit with an energy blast and falls out of the sky. So it's kind of like, please do a little better. You're a professional actor, but she's so young, man, blah, blah, blah. She was good enough to be cast on this show. So, she's got to be good enough to be in the movie.
Well, she was like the diversity hire, let's be honest.
I mean, I guess the whole like Pakistani family subplot or whatever, like I'm cool with whatever they got to do. I'm not, in real life, I don't care about that stuff. I don't really care about it in movies, but like they made that such a core to the show that I'm like, I don't really care about the family element. I don't care about her story. I just want to watch superheroes complete this big task. And so when they built up these characters on these, whatever they're trying to do to appeal to the internet, they create shows that are a black hole of quality. And so if you have not subjected yourself to Miss Marvel, you're lucky, because I haven't, but you're also going to be kind of lost, because you're like, who's this annoying kid that doesn't shut up for 10 minutes talking about how great Captain Marvel is? It's yes, no, I will not show no mercy. Monster Zero, Captain Insano shows none. But Nick, you where do you rank certain MCU films? Like, you hated the Eternals, correct?
Yeah, it was terrible. It was horrible. We suffered together.
Yeah, and paid a lot of money for it too. It was this was slightly better than the Eternals. Like, the Eternals is
That's not a high bar, man. It's not a high bar at all.
No, it's not a high bar. It's so much shorter than the Eternals. If this movie was as long as the Eternals, then I'd have a problem. But this movie clocks in at roughly an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I've read so far. But it's like different. It's like the difference between like burning your hand and then putting it in boiling water. Like you're still fucking up your hand.
Yeah, it's gonna damage you. Yeah. Now, folks, Dion's screening has ended, and he only lives a couple minutes away from the theater. So humor us for just a moment. Stick with us, and then we're going to get into the scathing review. We're going to give you the full rundown of the film, what you dodged, and how grateful you should be that you didn't go to see it. So some people in the chat have seen it. Nick, I don't think anything besides the Eternals is better than this one. Like, Thor 4. I thought Thor 4 was a black mark on society. Okay, no, just the MCU. And this was somehow worse than Thor 4.
African American mark. Come on, Jeff. Come on. We're
sorry, African American mark on society. I'm sorry for being racist against my own people. Like, the only character that didn't outright suck was I guess she's called Photon, Monica Rambeau. Like, she's fine. Like, the actress is fine. She's not a bad actress. Her character arc is fine. It's okay. And she's not annoying. She's kind of quiet. And her fighting style is okay. But Captain Marvel, dude, I'll tell you this. Your ex Brie Larson, they have changed her so much because they knew that while the other one made money, it was the buildup to the Avengers. Without that buildup, they know that a lot was riding on her. And man, is she a different character. Like, remember how she was like all scowly and angry in the first one?
Yeah.
Not anymore. Like
I said, they forced her to smile.
I'm sure Kevin Feige was off camera with a gun telling Brie Larson to smile.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cast list right now. The only person I like that is in there now is Randall Park. That's it.
Oh, on the MCU?
Yeah, because he's legitimately funny. I fucking love that guy.
I think he's funny too, but Agent Jimmy Woo is not that great of a character.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
To the folks in the chat, how much of the white t-shirt Brie do we get? That's just one scene. She's laying on her spaceship. Like, I know what you're talking. I know. Look, I'm a guy. I know what you want. We all want the same thing. You get that scene for like maybe 3 or 4 minutes. She's just laying on her spaceship, and then she somehow morphs the other Marvels to her, and they all talk. So
I love the comment you pinned here, Will Smith. That ass. What ass?
oh, Monica Rambeau.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say, I was like, Brie does not have one.
Oh, she's even skinnier in this movie, and that's good. She's healthy.
What
No
the
judgment.
fuck?
I'm not here to critique a real life. I don't give a shit. I just don't care. Like, honestly,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
care.
Very
I
much,
really
very
don't
much.
care enough about her to get mad.
Because she's so insufferable. I love how Nissan tried to sell their cars, and then like those ended too. It's like, nope, she's not selling cars. She's costing you money.
I think the greatest thing that ever happened to this movie is the actors' strike, because it saved us from Brie Larson doing the circuit of advertising the film on late night television shows.
I fucking love that the actors strike like ended last night, and they had no time to promote the movie, right? Fucking and oh, that's really poetic. I love it. They just it didn't end fast enough. And everybody in the union wanted to like stand together, whatever bullshit that is, and not promote any of their stuff. And like, yeah, okay, I get it, whatever. But like the Marvels, I think the Marvels suffered from that a little bit more. For just the normies and stuff who might have wanted to see it or thought it was out, if they'd seen something from Brie or anybody else or anything like that. So
Yeah, she like I said, she is a different character. As another teaser for what we're going to talk about in a moment, and I think I'll probably chop this podcast up a little differently for the streaming version. I might even re-upload it to YouTube this way. But Nick, there's a spaceship that they have to get off. It's in the trailer. It's the Sword space station.
okay.
They have cats, the Flurkins, the ones that look like people. They swallow people, then they all put the cats on an escape pod, and then the cats puke up the people on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, one of the big elements of this movie are the cats. And I used to own 4 cats. I like cats. I'm not here to dump on cats.
So what you're telling me is we have cat ladies in space. Gotcha. Gotcha.
This is Cat Lady the film.
Oh my god. Oh man, Disney really wants to like milk that audience. Oh man, they should have put a Taylor Swift song in there as well. That would have really got them going.
See, I was thinking about that today because I went to the theater and they had the Taylor Swift popcorn bucket for $20, but then they had the Marvel's cat popcorn bucket for $40. It was literally a $40 popcorn bucket.
The fuck?
Because these cats are born in these pink eggs, and they hatch as just cute little kittens, and I'm like, all right,
okay,
cool.
So they
awesome.
okay, yeah. So then they're showing you the process of like, of course they're going to show you the process in the movie of how the cats the Flurkins.
Yeah.
How they come to be. Of course, they're going to show you that cute shit for their female, quote unquote, female audience because they want to see that. God, that's so fucking annoying.
And the weird thing is too, like you saw the first Captain Marvel. You know how the cat scratched out Nick Fury's eyeball, right?
Yeah.
In this movie, he hugs the fucking cat. That's the first thing he does. He goes like, "Oh, hey, Goose." I'm like, this thing took your eye. Wouldn't you be pissed? Like, I guess not because it's too cute to not love. Like, whatever, man. It's just what it is. It bothers me is it's like character growth and development is non-existent in Marvel if it's for a joke. They'll like, they'll throw out everything if they'll make people laugh for 5 minutes because these movies are fast food. They're not, this isn't a Gordon Ramsay meal. This isn't Oppenheimer. This isn't something that was actually well made and produced. This is, hey, you like White Castle at 2 a.m.? Well, here you go. It's still a little stale. There's cheese on it, but it's old rotten cheese. Like that's what this movie is. It's just a haphazard cheeseburger. It'll fill you up. You'll regret eating it, but you won't go hungry.
Well, yeah, well, it's a kind of personify what you just said. Like these new movies are fast food, where they're like you said, like just quick, to satisfy you. But this one, like you said, this one didn't feel like that because you had to watch the shows beforehand. So it's almost like it had to be part of a course, if you want to keep using the fucking meal analogy.
Yeah,
which they've tried doing that before. They tried doing that in like phase 2, where they were like, "Oh, watch these shows." And then watch the movie. And that didn't work because people got irritated and they're trying to do it again and it's not working. because nobody's going to watch all these bullshit shows that suck and then go and watch a movie that also sucks. You know,
Yeah, these movies, like the shows, I always thought I was in the minority because back when these shows were coming out, I was like, I don't like WandaVision. I didn't think it was that great, but everyone's going on about how great it is and how Agatha Harkness is so great and everything. And I'm like, is she though? No, nobody cares. Then you get the Winter Soldier Falcon. I thought that show was terrible. I thought it sent a wrong message. I thought it was just not a well-made show, but it talks about the blip and this and that and the repercussions. Then you get to, I don't think Loki's really addressed in this, and Loki was okay. That was the one outlier. But like Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, and all of these other shows out there that really altered how the Marvel brand has become, because it's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They want to expand their brand, and they want to have more women watch the movies. That's fine. You know, women like geek culture. Women like comic books. Women like this stuff. You don't have to change it to appeal to them. I'll tell you this. The biggest backers or the biggest purchasers of Stealing Solo on the website are women. I have women that buy multiple copies at a time. I'd say it's probably a 60-40 split on who buys the book from me, because I can see the names and who's buying these books, and women like this stuff just as much as guys.
Whoa, Jeff. How dare you assume their gender? How fucking dare you, you bigot.
I apologize. If I see a Patricia, I assume it's a lady. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Like I have a different perspective. It's like, you know, with action movies, let's say Arnold, let's say just T2. You know, men and women both like that movie. You don't need to make the Terminator softer and gentler to get women.
Well, yeah, but
theater.
I think
women are there for other reasons.
But also, if you're talking about older movies, I think that's where the secret is. It's like those movies were good. They didn't care that this person was a guy or a white man or Austrian or whatever. They're like, we need this guy for this part because right now he's popular. That's how Hollywood works. And they were just like, okay, he's going to sell tickets, so we'll put him in the movie. And I mean, as we know, T2 is better than T1. You know,
I agree.
It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And it's one of those things where back then they had limited resources, they had limited budgets, they couldn't do CG on a whim or whatever like that. So they had to do things a certain way. Now with streaming, you know, as we know, Netflix spends $20 billion a year, if not more, on content. And now it's like these companies are just like throwing it away like you know, it's nothing, like it's air. So I mean, that's what we're getting now. We're getting this onslaught of content from all these companies trying to make their own VOD service, and it all sucks, or the majority of it sucks. You know,
I really stay away from a lot of that stuff, especially on the TV. Like, I don't want to sound weird, but not a lot of these streaming shows are up to stuff for me. You get your outliers. I like Stranger Things. I like a lot of these other ones, like a few of these other ones. But on average, you can tell when they just make a show or a streaming show to just fill a gap.
Oh yeah,
that's what this kind of feels like too. This movie feels like a movie to fill a gap. Realistically, it's a movie to get us to the multiverse because the movie goes to the multiverse. That's it.
Well, I mean, and even now they're having problems because the guy was Kang or whatever. You know, he's in legal trouble, so they have a decision to make. Yeah, they have a decision to make, and also like they're getting everything getting pushed back for the last couple of months because of the strikes. They have catching up to do, or they have a decision to make. You know,
well, you mentioned the strike. I have the new date. So Deadpool 3 got pushed back to July 26th of next year.
Okay.
Captain America. So next year, Deadpool 3 is the only Marvel movie coming out.
Wow.
Only movie in 2024. Yeah, one.
Are you wait? Hold on. No. You're kidding me. That like. There's only one coming out? Okay, I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm actually surprised. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, there's only one Marvel movie next year, but in 2025 there are 4.
Oh well, that's the problem.
And see, here's what's going to happen. And folks, let's put the red letter date of November 11th, 2023. Deadpool 3 is going to be a hit. It's Deadpool.
Oh yeah.
It has the mainstream appeal of Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, the crossover appeal of comic book fans and R-rated action fans and everything.
Yeah, and also those two are going to ham it the fuck up for like 3 months in advance. They're going to do TikToks, Instagram Reels, whatever. They're going to do a bunch of social media. It's going to be hilarious. People are going to go watch the movie. It's going to sell it. It's going to happen. Even without them doing that much, people are still going to go watch it because it's Deadpool 3.
Oh yeah,
you know.
So here you go though in 2025 and. For Black History Month, you get Captain America 4. So February 14th, 2025 is Captain America 4, where Sam Wilson's Captain America. The Fantastic Four, May 2nd, 2025.
Oh my
Thunderbolts, July 25th, 2025. And Blade, November 7th, 2025.
God. If they use the script that they quoted in the Variety article, they're screwed. I'm not gonna watch Blade if it's like that. I'm sorry.
Now, that ain't gonna happen. They have fixed it and changed it. But that just goes to show you what these people at Marvel think is an important element of their superhero films. And that's why they put these no-name filmmakers on it. I'm not asking for Del Toro or Scorsese or Spielberg.
Dude, I would give Quentin Tarantino fucking Blade. I would give him Blade.
That'd be bitching.
That dude, I mean, would get the N-word 1,100 times, but it's fine. It'd be good.
Yeah, but and you'd have feet shots of the vampires, and Uma Thurman would be in there somewhere.
Listen, these are casualties of war, Jeff. Okay, these are things we have to deal with to get a good movie. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah. A few more feet shots, maybe extended feet shots for a little longer than they need to be. It's fine. It's okay. But at least the movie would be good.
But the Blade thing that you brought up, that is they're so important, or they're so hell bent on sending this message. Now, the Marvels is not as messagey as other movies. It isn't, I'm sure it'll be called woke by everybody that wants to talk about it, but not actually review the film because they're just looking for the buzz and the cashing on the clicks and all that stuff. But realistically, it's got so many other problems, namely that it's boring and bad and not worth a good goddamn, that you're never going to once think about diversity in this movie. Like, it won't be at the forefront. Look, it ain't the problem with this movie. The script, the pacing, the lack of an interesting story. By the way, from a certain point of view, Captain Marvel's the villain of this movie.
I believe that. Oh, man. Well, remember we heard that she was not very happy, and I'm sure that they did reshoots, and she also wasn't very happy. So that may have transferred her performance as well. So.
Oh, one other positive thing that I can say about this movie is that the special effects are a step above Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
Oh, okay, that's good, I guess. That's terrible.
We're supposed to be honest. That's all. So
yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Jeez.
But that ain't saying very much. Samuel L. Jackson phones it in. Everybody else phones it in. The villain is forgettable as shit. The MacGuffin is a bracelet.
Oh, really? You don't say. Kind of like Shang-Chi.
Oh, God, I forgot that was it.
I love how you're the comic book guy and I'm not, but I got you with that one.
Because, Nick, I like to fill my brain with quality,
100%, but I just remember that out of fucking nowhere.
This movie was way shittier than Shang-Chi, though. I don't even like Shang-Chi, but I would rather watch that five times before this.
Shang-Chi's terrible. Shang-Chi's terrible. No. Yeah, it was like, it was one of those, once again, like diversity movies. So it's like, oh yeah, we'll just do this, Yeah. But yeah, it's not good.
So, folks, about 15 minutes ago, Dion had left the theater. So any second now, like I said, folks, he will be here and we will start the official review. Nick, I know it's been a few minutes since we started, but I got to say, it's been fun. We got our Ghostbusters stuff out of the way. I'm excited for that trailer. And we got to talk about a very cursory version of this review because, folks, I've been waiting to just tear into it, but I need somebody else that has seen it. So be prepared. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Like I said, I was wanting to, and then I was like, I can't. I just really can't because I refuse to give Disney any penny of my money. I really do. And apparently, a lot of people feel that way because their stocks and everything that are going to the toilet. So
because their parks are doing fine, but I watched the financial stuff on the news today, and while people like Wall Street is happy with Disney, but the streaming service is still in the shitter. So,
yeah. I mean, when you have a finite amount of content, and you're not producing anything, and you're only literally banking on your two IPs, or Star Wars and Marvel, that's it. And you keep making like junk stuff, and it's like very preachy. Nobody wants to watch it, and then parents won't let their kids watch it either. So you're killing off a whole generation of people. So
I guess they didn't think of that, because the people that they want to sell some of their based crap to, they don't have kids in the first place. They're like the perpetual kids that, they have the spending power of an adult, but the mentality of a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
And that's fine. We all want to not grow up. We all like to remain, a child
Toys R Us
at heart and all
kids.
that fun stuff. Yeah. God.
Sorry, when you said that, I immediately thought of the fucking jingle immediately.
Dude, the Toys R Us mascot had the same name as me. Believe me, I was a Toys R Us kid. At that Toys R Us that I told you was in my neighborhood as a kid, I was there the very first day it opened, and I was there the very last day it was
Wow.
open. I wanted to be the last customer there, but I had to do a show. So I was like, well, I'm not going to wait around in the store till everyone leaves. But I was like, it'd be kind of cool to like be the last person to ever shop here.
Yeah.
But I was there the last day. And
for the channel. Well, no, well, speaking of Toys R Us, we can kind of, talk about that for a second. I heard that they're trying to open some stores for the Christmas holiday. I think they're going to be like a handful open somewhere.
Oh yeah, there was one out in LA by me. It was like a pop-up in Macy's. But now that they're doing the actual stores, next year, folks, when those start opening, we're gonna, at least me, and if there's any close to Nick, I'll pick you up.
Oh, dude,
we're gonna go visit some of those Toys R Us as that open back up.
Yeah, dude, I'm down. I'm down to do it, man. Yeah, like I
those
said,
other toy channels won't go, so we will.
Yeah, like I said, you're more than welcome to come down here and like raid the Targets here because nobody gives a shit about anything there at all. They're like four to five NECA boxes deep of those figures. So
I haven't purchased a NECA figure in 84 years.
Oh my god.
You think Lizzo could play Kang the Conqueror?
You know what? I would love for that to be a trending thing on Twitter because Disney would do it in a heartbeat. And it would be terrible.
I mean, they put her in Star Wars, so good for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they oh man. But no, I'm sure if people started that hashtag or whatever, dude, Disney would be like, "Oh my god, we need to do it." And they would fire old boy and then just get Lizzo to be him in a couple movies. And it would be the most hilarious thing if that was the case. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, she's a strong, powerful woman. I
think Lizzo, if she sits down,
Lizzo should be a huge part of the MCU. She should be a pillar of the MCU, Nick.
You keep making these puns, goddammit.
Oh, I didn't realize I was making puns. I was just being honest.
I mean, if she becomes a part of the MCU, she will be huge.
Who should she play in the MCU, Nick?
Kingpin.
So we should fire Vincent D'Onofrio and replace him with Lizzo?
I mean, there's your diversity hire right there.
I was thinking since Robert Downey Jr. is too pricey for Iron Man, we should have Lizzo, but they should use the exact CGI elements from the other Iron Man films. So when she's in the suit, she looks just like Iron Man. But then when she's out of the suit, it's Lizzo. Or the Iron Girdle.
The Iron Girdle! Oh, God. The Iron Container.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
More of a shipping container. Anyway.
Oh, my God. That would be too goddamn funny. But I swear to God, there needs to be a hashtag of like, Lizzo MCU or some shit like that, man. I swear, people, they would take it. They would run with it immediately. They would.
Hey, Nick, we got another comment about put a chick in it and make her gay.
Fuck Indiana Jones, put a chick in it and make her name it gay.
Man.
Is that the catchphrase of the season?
It is right now because of just From what I heard, I think South Park is going to do 2 more parts to that.
I'm ready.
That's what I've heard. So hopefully they go hard in the paint again. And because from what little things I've read is like Disney like there are people called like Paramount's people and like was like, hey, that was uncool. And they were kind of butthurt. They were really butthurt about it. I'm like, come on, I love it.
I don't think you can ever. I don't think you can touch the Kathleen Kennedy subject again, like ever. Anybody can. So I'm okay with that. But you definitely have more Disney fodder. And I like the social commentary too, outside of the Disney pandering parody, because I loved the part with Randy about fuck going to college. It was a waste of time. I should have learned something practical. Like it made me
Yeah.
laugh so hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like stuff I keep seeing in that is like, and younger, and my friends who are having kids who aren't in high school, they're wanting to not go the college route either. Like, it's happening. So
Well,
yeah.
the future is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Now, in the chat, somebody said hashtag Lizzo is Kang. I read it as Lizzo is Krang. How would you feel if they did a Ninja Turtles movie where Lizzo played Krang instead?
Dude, if just her head stuffed in that little fucking hole of that robot stomach, that would be even more hilarious. Especially you had to like, emote and do the voice and be kind of crazy. Oh my god, it would be. I would cry laughing just at how bad that is, and somebody thought that was a good idea.
It sounds like a flute when Lizzo talks.
Oh my god. Oh, that whole flute thing was so dumb too when that happened. Oh man.
Well, it just goes to show you what happens in modern society. A lot of people glom onto something stupid, and then it takes off, and then you're like, oh, it really wasn't that good, or promoting anything positive.
Yeah. I mean, that's the TikTok era for you. It'll be funny and cringy for 15 minutes, and then on to the next thing.
To the people in the chat asking about the X-Men. The X-Men did not show up. An X-Man showed up. You can guess who it is. It's not Wolverine or Cyclops or Gambit or Rogue or Storm or Jubilee or Iceman or Colossus. This is also an A-list X-Men character, so I'm not like dumping on the character himself, but it's not enough to go see this movie. The clip is on YouTube. The clip is on Facebook. The clip is on TikTok. Watch the clip. It's about 9 seconds of an X-Men cameo.
Professor X?
He's mentioned.
Oh, okay, so it's not him then. Okay, gotcha.
No. We've seen Professor X, but it does tell you that in the MCU, the X-Men have the same music as the old Fox movies.
Oh, okay.
Because they show, her wake up in the X lab and it's like playing the music from part 2, and you're like, okay, cool. Whatever their version is going to be is not going to be anything unique.
Listen, the older version I think was a lot more fun. Even and the end of it being Logan was great. I love Logan so much. I think I bought the Blu-ray and I've watched the black and white version of it as well on there that they had. It was so fucking good. It was amazing. I watched a little snippet of a video where like apparently if his body was not, if he didn't have adamantium and he had like what was it? What was the metal that's that Black Panther had?
Oh, vibranium?
Yeah, if he had vibranium instead of adamantium, he'd be lighter and like he'd have like almost Gambit powers where he could like transfer energy back and forth with his claws and stuff. Yeah. So
is that what they're gonna do in the next wave of the MCU? We don't want adamantium Wolverine, we want vibranium Wolverine. And they'll talk about colonizers and all this shit because he's from Canada, so it's different.
I hope they don't, because if they that's why I didn't want to watch the Marvels. I didn't want to hear 3 women like bitch about dudes for like an hour and a half.
They don't at all, actually. They talk about the most inane shit. This is not a men bashing film. Like, I know people were expecting that. It is not. It is bad for its own reason, but it does not dump on dudes. It doesn't really have any like interesting male characters. Because I think they're trying to make a commentary like, oh, these classic movies don't have interesting female characters. It's like Star Wars had Princess Leia and Padme. The thing is, these movies only have a few characters. Like, if you're like, well, Star Wars only had Princess Leia. Star Wars had 4 main characters. That's it. Like, 4 main heroes, 2 villains, and an army of stormtroopers, like in that first movie.
Yeah.
What do you expect? And then when you get to the prequels with George Lucas, he's like, well, we got Padme and we got all these female Jedi. So they balanced it out. So it's weird how Hollywood's trying to, like, what they do with race relations and this and that. They're trying to right the wrongs that have been achieved decades ago. So you get these fucking stupid movies, and if people call it out, then they get, oh, you're a racist, bigoted, homophobe. No, I'm just not stupid, and I can remember 10 years ago. I'm not so
better yet, like 50 to 60 years ago, because we had blaxploitation, we had the women biker movies, we had a bunch of that shit that's happened through history all the time.
Nick, are you telling me that women have directed films before the Marvels?
Yep. Yes, Jeff. Yes, they have.
Are you telling me films like Wayne's World and American Psycho and Fast Times at Ridgemont High were all directed by women?
Yes, and what wasn't
Point Break too?
Yeah, and also wasn't there one with Jeremy Renner that was directed by a woman?
The Hurt Locker was directed
Thank
by
you.
the same woman who directed Point Break, Catherine Bigelow.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that a female director actually won an Oscar and beat the biggest movie of all time at the box office? Like, are you telling me that happened in the past?
Yeah, it happened. I know, but I know for some people listening to this, I know all the stuff that happened before 2015. It's weird to think about things happening before that time, but they did.
Are you telling me that a woman beat the Terminator in the first movie? Are you telling me that a woman beat the Alien and Alien and Aliens? Are you telling me that a woman killed Jabba the Hutt, the one guy that Han Solo couldn't get away from? Are you telling me that a woman did this, Nick?
Yes, sir, I am.
Then what the fuck is the Marvels trying to say? That's what I want to know.
I don't fucking know, man. They're idiots. This is why I watch very few movies these days, unless I actually want to go watch them. The beginning of this year, and we had a good run of stuff we wanted to watch, and then it kind of faded during the height of summer, and then it kind of came back a little bit. But I don't know. There's still like a handful of things I might watch this week or weekend. So I don't know. It's all a toss up, man. Like once again, if they made better shit, we'd all be at the movies every weekend. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I hate the whole mentality of people don't want to.
John Thomas,
theaters,
thank you, fucking Pam Grier, man. God damn it.
She was legendary. Nick, hold down the fort for 30 seconds. I got to fix the router.
Okay. Oh God. But yeah, Pam Grier, man. I think I follow her on Twitter. She's great. I know she was at one of the Horror Hounds that I did years ago. I would love to get her at the current at one of the Horror Hounds or one convention as well for her to come back because she's awesome. She's great. I met her, I don't know, 10 years ago. I had her sign a Jackie Brown poster. She was lovely. We took a picture together and everything like that. She had like music at her little table. She was dancing around, having a good time. Yeah, definitely need to get her back at one of these conventions, man. She's worth it and she's a treasure. She needs to be a little bit more celebrated.
To interview Pam Grier.
I honestly think we need to like work on a campaign for Horror Hound and get her there in March.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Hey, holy shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Dion Green.
Speaking of Black and Beautiful.
Yes. Hello, Black Beauty. You're on the air. All right, he needs a minute to get his shit set up because Dion just came back from a funeral.
Oh my God.
The death of modern cinema.
I think it happened like 2 or 3 years ago.
Movies have sucked for quite a while. I think when you said people don't know anything before 2015, 2015 is kind of when all this stuff really hit the fan.
Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible, man. But yeah, there's a bunch like I said, there's the whole. Okay.
There we go.
You're coming in, buddy, loud and clear. Oh God.
Oh, and now he's gone. He honey-dicked us, Nick. He went, he saw this movie, he suffered, he came on the show, and then he left. For those
Dion
who
Green,
don't know it's a joke, he'll be back in a second.
I know.
What the hell? You gotta love the internet.
You really do. You really, really do.
So, maybe I'm not giving them content ideas, folks. I'm just making fun of them.
Yeah, but no, yeah, we really should bombard Horror Hound with requests for Pam Grier.
Sure. Let's get ourselves a table first.
Yeah, well, hopefully that happens soon. Hopefully they start that whole process soon. So they've already announced the people for next year already. So
yeah, not a lot of great guests so far. Like they're like, I don't know what a great guest would be anymore, Nick.
Oh, I agree because like it's you can only have so many people back, for the same time again. So it's just one of those things. It's like I am so excited. Oh shit!
Are you back?
Oh, we're back, boys. We're back.
Okay. Dion, everyone has been waiting for you to get back from the theater because we talked about the Ghostbusters trailer. We gave these wonderful people in the chat a nice little build up to the Marvels. Now it's time to talk about this piece of trash. Are you ready to talk about the Marvels?
I was born ready, motherfucker.
So, Dion, you had some issues with this movie. So much, in fact, that you had to walk out to take smoke breaks in between. Have you ever had that problem before in a Marvel film?
In a Marvel
I guess
film?
not.
Yeah, oh, dear. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Multiple times. This was not the first time. Am I in and out? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're back.
Okay, cool. So, and obviously, let me know just in case. Even though my phone thought that my Brooklyn Nine-Nine impersonation was an invitation to talk. No, yeah. So I've done that before. I mean, it's happened to me before with a Marvel movie. When Hillary and I were sitting there, the first thing that we started laughing about, because there were only like 10 people in our theater, was I said, the Marvels is if they watched Love and Thunder and then took all the bad things and made an entire movie about it.
Dion, can you turn your volume up a bit, by the way?
Oh, turn it up.
Yeah.
Cool. 1 second.
Nick, we need a Jeopardy button.
What about now? How's that a little bit better?
That's a little bit better. Yeah, just, sit close to the mic.
Get real close, Dion. I'll show up if you
And that's
do.
going to make me do the opposite. See, you are like, what's her name making the Marvels? You tell me what I don't want to hear, and then you do it, and that's not cool, man. We're all paying for these mistakes.
We are. So, Dion, The Marvels is here in cinemas, and I was talking to the audience, building this up. I did not enjoy this movie. I thought this movie was really, 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 really bad. And now we're here to talk about it proper. So, in just about a minute, in under a minute, where would you rank this in the MCU first off, and then we'll talk about the film properly.
Okay, let's cut the bullshit. We don't play it by a drum. You're not listening to me within the minute that I'm talking right now to hear someone say the same shit that you agree with over and over and over again. So just make sure we're all on the same page, America. Okay, cool, we're there. All right, 45 seconds left. The point of the fact of the matter is very much this. The movie ain't that
You roboted out completely, dude. Nothing you said popped up.
now, don't get me wrong. Is it
Nick, are you hearing him?
going and getting pitchforks and
All right, folks. Well, Dion has roboted out, and I guess he wasn't.
No, he's
just
done.
above-
He's roboting hard.
Well, I
can you
love
hear
how
me
we
now?
built up to Dion. Now we can hear you. So nothing you said. You said, "Don't get me wrong." You sound like the Mario Brothers theme.
Fucking Google Chrome. Shut
We
up.
can hear Hillary.
Google Chrome is driving me crazy. Okay. So my best friend made my wife laugh. That's all funny. We're all laughing good. Don't get me wrong. I get it. I get it. There's going to be a lot of hoopla around this because, make no mistake, it is a failure. But where I rank it, is it the end of the world? Is it a terrible fucking movie? No, it has. If you could be a movie studio where you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and that's it, that is the Marvels. It is a cookie cutter, by the numbers film that happens to be about a character that is in a couple comic books. That's the Marvels.
I thought this movie was better than the Eternals, but that's about it.
I say it's definitely better than the Eternals. It's better than most of the shows. I'd say
Yeah.
obviously the only show, huh?
I said, yeah.
Yep. And then the only shows that it's not better than are the Netflix. I mean, it's better. It's not better than Daredevil. It's obviously. I'd say it's. I'd say it's not as. It's not as good as even Iron Fist.
Yeah.
It's still better than than Disney era shows. It's literally for if you had to watch a movie to keep the timeline, you would watch it once a year, and then that would be it. It is meant to fill space while keeping the brand name in the public consciousness. The Marvels is nothing special. It's nothing terrible. It's Hillary, shut up. Hillary fucking hated it, but
Yeah,
it's
because
not
Hillary knows
that-
what's up.
Shut up. No.
Mr.
It
Diplomat over here. This movie was shit, and you know it, man.
No, it's not. No,
It was
I'm not being a
shit. There was
diplomat. It is
nothing
literally
redeeming about this movie. These people jumped in a
There
fucking
were
space
there was
pod
a-
as they were
there
swallowed
were
by
two
cats
things.
and vomited.
There were two things.
Monica Rambeau's butt is one of them.
We will go on later in the review. You're not going to put me on the spot right now, but I'm not being diplomatic. It literally is a milk toast movie. That's it.
Marvel's not a triumph, Dion?
Listen, dude, it was $250 million that they spent on this movie?
Yeah.
They losing some money, son. They are losing. And don't get me wrong. Listen, we are all everyone listening to the stream. Everyone.
Nobody's listening to you right now, buddy, because again, your internet is terrible. We'll have to keep Nick and I will have to talk about the movie.
Can agree. There's gonna be a lot of
Dion sounds like the broken speaker from Wayne's World 2. He wants to oxen and own it.
Being passed around in mass quantities.
All right, hold on a second. Nick, come back for a minute. I'm going to text Dion to fix his internet because that ain't working. So let's give the folks the premise of this movie because that is just unlistenable. Sorry, folks. Nick, how much did Brie Larson pay you to see this movie? Nothing.
She didn't.
That's why you didn't go.
Even if there would have had to been some amount of payment to have me go see this movie because it's just I knew from the jump just not to go watch it. It just seemed terrible. They had to reschedule it. They had to cut the time down. They had to do reshoots. When things like that happen, the studio already doesn't have faith in it. They don't care about it. It's just like a bridge to keep the thing going, and that's it. So
okay. There you go. I told Dion to reset his internet once he gets it fixed because people are just like, what is he trying to say? So, folks, this film starts off. Let me pull up the Wikipedia page because it was so unforgettable or so unmemorable. It starts out in space. The trailer. You pretty much know the conceit of the film. If you saw the trailer where all of a sudden the women start swapping places, that's what happens. So on the moon, or something that looks like the moon because they didn't have a bunch of money to CGI a special planet for this scene, the villain finds a rock that looks like Ronan the Accuser, and she takes his hammer and crushes it and finds a bracelet. And that bracelet's going to help her create power to open up holes in space-time and suck the resources from other planets to bring them back to her planet, because Captain Marvel in the first movie destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, and that destroyed the system or the planet that they lived on. So that's why she's known as the Annihilator. So she killed an entire planet of people by killing that robot in the first movie. That's the premise of this film.
So wait, hold on. So okay, so they're trying to pull power from one universe to another. That sounds like 0 point energy.
That's what they're doing. And when she does that, it makes our space-time that much more unstable. So as she's doing that, it's creating holes and destroying the fabric of time. I mean, Doc Brown would have a wet dream watching this movie. Great Scott, Marty.
I doubt that. He'd be like, there's so many inaccuracies in this. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so okay, let's see. So after that, we see Kamala Khan geeking out on over Miss Marvel, or over Captain Marvel, excuse me, we see a little cartoon drawn by Kamala Khan where her and Captain Marvel are going to meet up and become besties and high five each other and all this other wonderful cutesy bullshit. And so that was kind of saccharine and annoying. And that's my first problem with the movie is this character, Miss Marvel, is a fangirl. I don't think fangirl or character like this should be in movies because the audience is the audience. We don't want to watch ourselves on the fucking film. Like, I understand that people are narcissistic and want to get on the trends and do all this shit to see themselves on the internet. But, like, I go to the movie to watch shit that's not real. I don't want to watch some annoying people gush over bad Marvel. That's what this character is. She doesn't really grow that much. She's not interesting. If anyone tells you her character arc is empowering, fire them out of a cannon. I don't care what you do. But don't listen to their opinion. And so with that being said, she is all of a sudden whisked away to outer space as her place is swapped with Brie Larson. And Brie Larson's place is swapped with Monica Rambeau. And all of a sudden, they have this really annoying fight scene that keeps jumping from multiple dimensions. And then they bring the Kree villains to Earth. And they start fighting and tearing up Kamala Khan's house. And then after the fight scene ends, they all go to outer space. And Nick Fury lays out the plan. The three Marvels go out into the spaceship. They're going to go to this other planet where all the people communicate in song. They don't talk. They communicate in song only. So, Nick, if you said hey to these people, they'd look at you. But if you went hidey ho, they would know what you're saying.
That is hilarious and so terrible at the same time.
They have what is essentially a Bollywood number in this movie.
Oh my god! Oh, go figure.
And on this planet, Brie Larson's Captain Marvel is married to the prince. So when she shows up, she's the princess of a planet. And she has like a royal gown that has her logo on it. And so she like puts on this gown and does a little song and dance number. And she tells the prince that they need help. And so after the prince agrees to help them, they all get new gear. And so they get those secondary costumes that you see in the trailer and on the commercials. And so the Marvels fight the lady villain that comes to the planet to... she wants the bracelet and she wants to steal the water from this planet. And so she opens up a hole in space-time and sucks up the water from this planet as they're fighting. And this is a short movie. We're almost at the climax of the film already in the synopsis. So that happens, and then they're fighting in outer space, and the woman is going to destroy Earth because she's trying to destroy the three planets that mean a lot to Captain Marvel as revenge. So she wants to steal the sun from the Earth. She steals the atmosphere from the Skrulls. She steals the water from this singing planet, and she wants to steal the sun from planet Earth. And so the big epic finale of this movie is her sucking up the sun and the people on the Sword space shuttle being eaten by cats to be put into space pods and sent to Earth. And then the cats start to puke up the people. And then as they go back into space, the Marvels are fighting the villain. The villain gets both of the gauntlets, the bracelets that I was talking about earlier. She rips a hole in space, and while she rips a hole in space, she destroys herself and disappears. Then, after that, it destroys the hole, and it creates a hole in time. Monica Rambeau has to power up and go into the space hole and pull, like she lassos energy out of her hands and pulls space and time back together. And then after she does that, she like gets knocked out and disappears. And then the movie ends with Kamala Khan's family and Captain Larson, and they buy the house that's down in Louisiana, and they're like, oh, we don't know where Monica is. And so Monica then wakes up in the X-Men's mansion, and Beast attends to her, and that's the whole movie.
Okay, gotcha.
There you go, Dion. How's this going to work now?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We couldn't, dude. It wasn't that you could hear us. This was you earlier. So you sounded worse than Kendo ever did. So I was just trying to let you know the audience was like, "What the hell is happening here?" So
No,
now you're all
good.
good.
You're good. You're good. I can stream TV and shit, no problem. But for whatever reason, whenever I get on, whatever. Anyway, who gives a fuck
It's
about
StreamYard.
it? But the
Honestly,
fact of the matter is,
we pay for the top tier WCBS. We do not skimp or cut corners when it comes to the audience. This is not a great platform. I would like something a little more reliable.
yeah, I got it. I'm gonna get with Xfinity and figure this shit out because it's only when I'm on the show. But so where are you guys talking about the movie?
So I just gave a brief synopsis of the film, just because it was not a long movie. That was its saving grace. This was a short film. This movie clocked in at 1 hour and 45 minutes, and if it was any longer, this would fall very low, as in like at the bottom of the list for me. But because it was short, I could never, get too angry, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. My thing was, the length is probably, if you have a list of 3 things about it that are good, because literally it's only 3 things, the length is going to probably be number 1. It is not a short movie. But yeah, it is. You can tell the corporate stench that comes off it. It is such a by the numbers film. It is a chore. Even though there is a beginning, a middle, and an end, it is a chore to get through. 100%.
By the way, thank you to Tim Riggs in the chat who just gifted 10 World Class Bullshitters memberships. Folks that are our new members, welcome to the community. We're going to have you some new stuff very soon. Just been taking care of business. 8 pages left in Wokebusters, and then it's all here. So, people in the chat said it sounds like a movie that should have been a TV special. This didn't feel very cinematic to me. Did it feel epic and cinematic to you?
It felt that it was trying to be. It definitely didn't feel cinematic. It was a book report of what a cinematic movie is.
I was very like, you ever watch a movie and you're like very keyed in, but not in a positive way. Like I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, and my audience, you go to see these Marvel movies and the good jokes hit and everybody laughs or chuckles. Nobody laughed. We only had 14 people out of a 349 seat auditorium. So it was very, very, very limited in terms of who was there. There were no claps. There were no cheers. People didn't laugh at the jokes. They just kind of sat there. And that's how I felt. Like this movie is going to play in certain parts of the country. I'm sure it'll be a big hit and they'll laugh at all the jokes. But I thought this was you don't think it'll play better in other parts of the country?
No, it won't. To your point about people in the jokes, in our theater, so we're in a Midwest market. Obviously, everyone knows all the OGs of the channel, gang. They know that we're in Michigan, so we're in a Midwest market. But it's pretty run of the mill for a Midwest market. The only time people laughed were in that gap of awkwardness. Then everyone laughed because of how corny the jokes were. The only people who laughed in our theater were small children, and they both belonged to me.
I mean,
that's not even a joke. Like you're laughing, Hillary laughed. Everybody probably laughed when they heard me say, "I shit you not, I swear on the lives of my wife." The only people who laughed were the children I brought to the fucking movie. I shit you not.
I believe you, dude. I think the audience understands exactly what these movies are because we've all watched films that try too hard to be many different things. And we've all also seen films that are far past their prime. This is like, I don't want to compare it to RoboCop 3 because RoboCop 3 is a superior film in most ways, but you can just tell that they're out of steam, not just out of ideas, but out of steam. Like they don't believe in this movie.
It's not steam. It is, we had kind of talked about it a couple of months back about Marvel. I think it was right around the time that I think it was Quantumania when we talked about it. And my whole point at the time was it's not that they're out of steam. That you can tell when Marvel has moments of where they know what the fuck they're doing. Guardians 3 is a perfect example of they know what to do. It is a choice to make this milquetoast of a movie. It is a professional, by the numbers, purposeful choice. It's not that they don't know what to do, especially when you're talking about the knowledge of what you have. You have Marvel Comics, arguably, depending on who you talk to, the greatest written literature apparatus of all time. it's not Steam. They think that this makes money. And that's what's so funny, because the target audience, again, is clearly children. You know, the shit with the cats, the thing with, you know.
Would you say children? I think it was made for like middle-aged ladies, honestly. This felt like they were trying to cash in on the Barbie craze.
100% children, because but the reason you're confused because of the cats thing, and rightfully so, because you have a brain and you went to college and you're a smart guy that I've known for a long time. But this is a corporate entity. They think kids still like cats. It's a weird.
I honestly think the whole movie's trying to sell to women because of the slumber party on the spaceship.
Yeah, they are.
Like, I don't think kids care about. Here's the thing, though. If they want to market to kids like, look, we were kids. I remember what I liked. I would have liked Iron Man as a kid. I liked Spider-Man. I like these cool heroes. I just can't see children liking, like, how are they relatable or aspirational or inspirational? As much as you want to say anything about like a Batman movie, you can at least see why a kid would like Batman.
But you're thinking of it from the end point. You're not thinking of it from the process that they had when they were sitting in a room when they reviewed this movie is very different. So you're thinking from the aspect of, okay, kids, they want, at the end result, they want kids to like it, so it doesn't work, so they're not aiming at kids. No. Don't get me wrong, you're still right. It's a very clearly, in terms of adults, they want women adults to watch this movie. And this is trying to make Captain Marvel the face for the next decade, right? So you can tell when that happens, where obviously, you know, Kamala Khan's a girl, Captain Marvel's a girl, Renault's a girl, even the bad guy's a girl. Obviously, that's for adults. The kid aspect is, you know, the egg shit. So the eggs look weird and look like squishy toys. You know, D2 and Devin love that shit. They love ooze, they love goop, they love all that shit. And it's
wait, you love goop too.
That's not the point. The point is not me, man. We're not talking about me. But sure. So with the cat, and then where the cats are specifically eating everyone, right? That's right now with YouTube Shorts. With obviously it's scary, but the part of TikTok that specifically targets kids, they love shit like that, where it's like people get eaten real quick. So many small videos that kids like, the ones where they play with the toys, they're like eating each other, and the kids, and that's the punchline for those videos. It mirrors that to a T, dude. So the things hatch, and they're all little kittens, and then they're like, he's like, shit, we can't fit. And then the scene where they're all running, that was for kids. That part was for the kids, because Devin and D2 laughed right when the music started playing and they're running, and, you know, what's her name does the wall, and they're like, ah, like the part where the Saber agent is hiding behind the wall and it's kind of playing like a horror movie. Oh, they're not there. And then YouTube channels do that with toys, where they look one way, they look back, and the other character eats them. Like that part was for fucking kids. The what's her name, Bubba Hotep, whatever the evil villain is, she has a hammer. So she has the hammer from earlier, Member Berry. Fucking kids love hammer shit. They love shit that involves hammer. That's why one of the fucking the dogs that save people, Paw Patrol, one of his major tools is a hammer. You know, kids love hammers. And so even though it's semi a plot point, they don't talk about it outside of Captain Marvel saying, oh, that's a fucking universe weapon or whatever. And they don't use it in the final scene. The hammer being there was for kids. You're 100% right. It's for women, but they're trying to market this towards kids. And the reason why I'm bringing it up so aggressively is the only kids in my theater were the two little nincompoops that I brought. And they laughed at all the jokes. When Kamala Khan's talking to her parents. And it's the whole, oh my God, and then we're coming together and we do the Tinsy thing. They laughed at that. He was bored as fuck, but he laughed at that joke. That part was for the kids. So Kamala Khan is supposedly also, so you have the two adult Marvels are very clearly supposed to bring in the ladies, right? That's why in the trailers, and then they specifically, with this movie, were aiming for fucking kids. And none of them were fucking there besides the two half black dudes that I brought.
I couldn't tolerate Kamala Khan. I thought, like, the fangirl, whatever, that's like something you see at a convention,
Yep.
not something I want to pay money to go see in a theater. Like, I wish Hollywood would stop creating the audience self-insert character, because those movies don't stand the test of time. All they do is cash in on the cultural zeitgeist, and they're very dated by the time they hit home video.
Yep.
You know, you watch Raiders of the Lost Ark or Alien or The Goonies. Those are all films that are very much products of their time, but they still feel more current and relevant because the characters act in a way that humans can relate to. Movies like the Marvels, and you said, like somebody said, it's like a long TikTok video. People act like trends. It'd be like if this movie had the ice bucket challenge in it, and people go, "What's the ice bucket challenge?" You don't remember when that was all the rage? Of course you don't, because we have so many trends and things that move quickly. This movie writes that type of a character as the trend character. You're not going to go back in a year. Actually, honestly, somebody said, how many days till everyone forgets about this movie? I will not think about this movie tomorrow. After this show, this movie kind of goes away. Like, I spent my time there. I know I was in a theater, but my God, will I never sit down and think. Because like I said earlier, this movie is not bad enough to make me get angry that I spent time watching it. It was a waste of time, but it was so stupid. It was like, I've watched more offensive films in terms of like their messaging or what they're trying to do to the characters. You know what? That might be part of it too. Because these three characters are dog shit characters that very few people actually love. You know, the internet will make you think that Captain Marvel is this, you know, pillar of the Marvel brand, when in reality, they've been pumping her or pushing her to the front since 2013, but she's not that popular. You know, her book gets relaunched constantly. Her, you know, these number one titles, they sell more than your traditional issue number 42. Miss Marvel and Captain Marvel has been rebooted so many damn times, and that's what it is. If these characters were popular, they would stick around. Spider-Man, Wolverine, there are some Marvel characters that are A-list, and then there are the MCU people and stuff like that. If I saw Spider-Man treated the way or written the way that these three characters were, then I'd have something to say about it. If I saw Daredevil or the Punisher or the Silver Surfer written the way that I saw these characters written, in such an inane and stupid setting, like, I did not care about the characters' motivations, their goals, their achievements. I love a good family story. The only part that I even gave a little bit about was what's her face, Photon and her mom and all that stuff. Like, that was the only actor that I thought wasn't bad. She did a good enough job. She was believable enough in the action roles, and I could tell that she could act enough to make you care about her dead mother. That was it. There was no heart to this movie.
She was the worst part.
Oh, you thought she was the worst part?
Yeah, that's why I'm enjoying. Let me turn my mic up a little bit too. That's why it's super weird, right? Because you're saying a lot of shit. It's a good point, but that I think it's the other side. So I think she was the worst part. She was super projective. Like every emotion was like, so. Obviously, there's a part where we were talking about with the cats. I guess she's supposed to be Captain Universe eventually, right? Because she gets the power from the gauntlets and the hammer and shit eventually. But when they get right back to Saber, and that's when all the fucking cats hatch, all the furry bites or whatever.
Are we talking about the
called.
same character?
Yeah, you're talking about Black Cat Marvel, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's
I just
the
don't
worst
want to refer
part.
to her as the black woman, but yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, yeah, the Black Cat tolerate the best.
America, I was just real quick to get Jeff and I on the same page. Don't get mad at us. But
I highly doubt they're going to get mad if you and I refer to someone as the black version of something. Like if somebody calls us out on that,
I'm saying? Like yeah. I'm just saying just a disclaimer, so in case when they clip this shit. But yeah, that was just for us to get on the same page. But she so when they get back to Saber and the cats all hatch, she's like, "Oh my god!" The part from the trailer, I can't. Can you just? And then there's the moment where she's learning how to fly, and she's acting. They're trying. So every part they literally have like the same body animation from the first Iron Man when he's falling out of the sky when he's learning to fly with the repulsors. They do they try to do the exact same scene. Well, I can't do it, and he's like, "Come on, do it with your core, black girl magic." And then she zooms up, and she goes past the same shot where they go past the camera, and then the camera pans up, and she's wild arming down, and then the camera reverses from a top-down view, and she's falling. It's almost the same beat, and then she's doing, and then they really turn up the volume of where she's like, "Oh my god, oh, and then, and then they're fighting. She has the big fight scene with Bubba Hotep, and she's doing all of like the looking around, like that meme of the really angry black kid, and the brother's like, "Dude, calm down." She's doing like she's like, and they're focusing on her as one of the action characters. She was over. You can tell that she's a good actress, but it's so out of place because they're doing by the numbers. But they're like, "Hey, we're also setting up for the sequel." And I think, outside of Camilla Khan, she's the most overacted part of the whole fucking movie.
I'm glad you and I at least agree that Kamala Khan is the most overacted part, because, people want to say, "Oh, she's young. She doesn't know this. This is her first movie, this, that, and the other." She was cast. She went through the process. Like, Marvel needs to know better. And it's not like anyone's picking on her appearance or this or that. It's, you're not doing a good job doing the one thing you need to do. And that's act. It's funny. I skipped Miss Marvel because I dislike the character and I'm not interested. I will actively skip anything she's in, like movie wise. Like, the acting was so bad, and like that giddy, like fangirl, whatever. I don't want that in a movie. And people are gonna be like, "Well, aren't you guys too old for that?" This is when movies, Nick. And this was you said this, Nick. When movies cost $250 million, $250 million, they're for everybody. They're not. This isn't a Paw Patrol movie that's clearly for children. It's like saying the Super Mario Brothers movie wasn't for everybody. No, you needed everybody to go see the Mario movie to make it a hit. That's why it made $1 billion. That's why it was rife with nostalgia. That's why it played the Hooked on the Brothers theme from the 80s cartoon. That's why it had the GameCube sound effect as the ringtone. Because when movies cost that much money, you need every ass in America in a seat in that theater. And so when you do shit like this, and you're going to turn people off from a character, it's like, she's like the giddy version of Rey from The Force Awakens, where she knows everything, and she's the audience POV character. Like, audience POV characters are very necessary. Luke Skywalker is an audience POV character, but Luke Skywalker isn't annoying and weird and giddy. He has his one line about bitching about Tashi Station, and then he gets beat up the whole movie, and then at the end, he can do the one thing he can do, and that's fly a ship. He doesn't actually defeat the villain. Han Solo has to save him. They used to build characters up where they'd have to build up and do stuff, and they would be, tolerable. She is not a tolerable character. She is a character who just, say an expression, Dion, every fucking 5 minutes she made that weird sound. Did you not laugh when you heard that? I just rolled my eyes.
I laughed so hard. I kept looking at Hillary and going, comedy. It's so, and again, to your point, it's not, it can't be understated how they are. So everything that Jeff said, is correct. But the thing that's concerning is the purposeful storytelling to fast track that. So it's not that we just have Luke and, Han and Leia in other movies like McClane and Matrix, or whatever classic action adventure movie, Indiana Jones, that you can think of. They're purposely trying to fast track it. So you had the show. I only watched the first episode. Hillary and I were laughing the other night about it. I couldn't get through Miss Marvel. It was, obviously it's to that point. That's why I'm saying it's also not just for women, but for kids, where she talks a specific way, the way that a movie executive thinks kids talk. So in the movie, to your point about she's doing the face thing, every time she does the face, she's the middle of the frame, and it's at an angle where you see like it's a whole, like, not a frontal, but like a head and shoulder shot. And she's like, they try to use that so they're essentially trying to copy the reaction meme, is what I'm saying. And then when they get back to Saber, she specifically says, "What's up, fam?" Or no, "What's happening, fam?" Right? Like, they're trying to do, it's if an executive in this point, to fast track my point, it's Kevin Feige has been using TikTok for about 1.5 years now. it's so aggressively aimed at people who use the internet in a certain way and are a certain age. It's so hard to miss. So to your point again, it's not just like she's the insert character. She is the insert character aimed at an age group who talks and thinks a certain way. And they're in the movie, oh, we're going to be BFF. She doesn't say best friends for a reason. She keeps saying BFF. They have, Best Friend Friday or whatever the fuck on Twitter and shit, right? And then she does all the drawings on the wall, and she's like obsessed with Captain Marvel. Which they're trying to act like what? And again, to the point about aiming for kids, they're trying to paint Captain Marvel like she's a semi Paul brother character, where like because they show her with they show a pop figure and they show a plushie, and then obviously they show the what do you call it, the weeaboo version that they draw them with the big eyes, and she draws them hugging each other. So they're making a character who loves another character who they think that kids act like. So it's not just self-concern for the audience. Hey, you're a kid. If you were in the situation as you right now, you would act like this, right? Bruh, fam. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, please. Nick, I know you specifically would get what I'm saying because you're a horror guy, right? Like, and so, horror movies love the facial expressions in the middle of the frame. And they do the same shit.
Please tell me Brie Larson said no cap on God.
She doesn't say no cap, but when they reconcile, I can't remember what the fuck she says, but she says like one of those like kitty phrases to her. Like I want to say it's no cap, but so don't quote me right away. I don't saw it the one time, but she says like no cap, the equivalent in the movie. Like they're making this like, hey man, you're a kid, bro. Like, hey, we love movies, and we talk like you. Camilla Khan's your age. She's 16. She's like, oh, she goes at the end of the movie. She goes, I'll quit high school. Like that's a whole meme thing on TikTok. Like, man, I'll fucking quit high school if insert meme. Or this shit makes you want to quit high school, fam. And then it's the meme. Like she says that shit. And it's so weird.
Oh my God.
I didn't get half of that shit because I don't spend time on TikTok. I don't worry about that. I mean,
that's
we're
on social media. Baby.
Is it though? Because this movie cost $250 million to make. It's not going to make its money back. Like it's going to be a loser.
Yeah, well, that's the part that doesn't make it so genius. Obviously, like they're going to lose a lot of money on this. Like that, like it is. They're going to lose money. Like to your point, that's why I keep saying that you're right. Like they honestly think that they're going to make these characters make this movie, and it's in the kiddie language, right? They will come and see this. None of them were there. And again, my kids laughed at it. All the adults, that one moment of time where there's no sound, and then that was awkward laugh. That was the only time people laughed in my theater. The fucking 12 of us.
Well, also another thing me and Jeff mentioned earlier is that I think the strike for 3 months where they couldn't promote it, or no, they weren't going to promote anything, kind of screwed them as well.
Yep, because you don't have these actors talking about the movie.
Yep. Well, are you saying like the less chatter is what fucked them in this movie?
Well, no, I mean it added to it because I think people were already not jazzed about it to begin with, but I think also with all the actors and everybody else who would constantly promote it on like consistently didn't want to because they were uniting in the strike.
Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely. They're obviously that has a factor. I think the only reason I would kind of be hesitant to think that is so much. They're going to say that that's a reason why it's not going to perform well, but the way that the movie is like verbalized, I think this was always going to be their ace in the hole for the strike. So no matter where the strike went, even though that they came to terms, they thought that Captain Marvel was going to be their ace in the hole during the strike. Like, hey, we'll be on a strike, but this movie will still be a hit because the way that it's filmed, the way that the dialogue set up, obviously it's done before the strike, but also like this movie was always gonna fucking come out in the fucking fourth quarter of 2023. Even if we're fucking dealing with the strike, boys, we've got Captain Marvel's coming out. And dude,
how bad at business does Disney have to be to believe their own bullshit that Captain, like, the thing is, if publicly everyone, and this isn't, a hidden thing, when the first movie came out, there was all that bullshit about if you spend $50 at American Eagle, you get a free ticket. There was all that talk about them buying huge amounts of tickets to send girls there because it was supposedly, a culturally relevant thing. They know where their ticket sales actually went. So for them to buy into their crap thinking that, Captain Marvel made X amount of dollars looking at their spreadsheet, guys, the shit that went in to make it a hit. Plus, you got to know that, any movie before Avengers Endgame, the biggest, most hyped film of all time, you knew anything was going to make money in that window. And like I said before on the videos proper, Black Panther, the first one, crossed $1 billion at the box office. It was the lead-in film to Avengers Infinity War, which in my opinion is a better movie than Endgame by a country mile. That was $1 billion picture. You get to the sequel, that movie made $400 million plus less than the other one. So this one going in, it was never going to cross that $1 billion mark that the first Captain Marvel made. The critics aren't kissing this movie's ass. They're not praising it as this strong, empowering film. They're saying it's stupid, it's middle of the road, it's bottom of the barrel, it's all over the place, but it's not positive. And I'm waiting for the review bomb accusations and all this stuff to start popping in tomorrow as the audience score drops. Because as of this recording, it's in the 80s. And that's fine. It's the novelty effect. Yeah, it's high, but the critical score went from fresh back to rotten as more reviews have come out. So it is not a certified fresh film. And it's going to be very interesting to see
the play once.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, I apologize for interjecting, but to your point about the reviews coming in bad, you can't play it's an empowering thing more than once. Very few studios in the same franchise pull that card multiple times, right? So they painted themselves in a corner with that. Like, hey, yeah, man, because like you said, it's still made close to $1 billion or whatever, right? But you can't, when it comes to sequels, it's a different ball game. You can't smudge the reception line with, oh man, yeah, but we bought it, because sequels automatically, and everyone that gets on Twitter about this forgets about this part. It's hard for sequels to make more money. That's an industry thing with sequels. They tend to go downwards, even when they're well reviewed or even well received. And they played that card really hard with the first one. Really, really fucking hard. In the press junket, they touched on it where the what's her name, the director got a bunch of interviews, but you can't play it twice because in the eyes of the public, oh man, well, yeah, they bought tickets for, from women's groups and stuff, but like none of y'all liked it. Like you just systematically can't play that card. And it's gonna be, you brought up the point that they're gonna say that it's, review bombing. I don't think that's gonna fly, man, because it's hard for sites like Vox and Esquire, and what's the other goofy ass one, Cosmo, when they've already used that before, because it gets a lot of traffic. If it's the second time, all right, people are like, okay, they did it again and you made it anyway. So yeah, to that point, I can't wait to see what the fucking response is going to be as to what, because I think this is going to be their fucking Ghostbusters 2016.
I do too.
Oh my god!
Further into bankruptcy,
dude. They're not doing good. Nobody's going to the parks and nobody's watching their shit. Nobody's buying their service. Like it's
Wish
bad.
better make some motherfucking money.
I'm waiting for the toys to show up at Ollie's next year.
Oh my god!
Woo!
What do you mean next year? Next week?
Oh
yep.
Folks, don't buy anything
hard
from the Marvels. You can get it in time for Christmas at Ollie's. That'd be incredible. I mean, shit.
Oh my god!
I thought the whatchamacallit, I thought the not Wakanda Forever, Thor: Love and Thunder, and something else showed up at Ollie's in record time, and I was like, damn, I can't believe this is here. But Captain Marvel might take the cake. Now, Dion,
The Marvels,
did you notice?
buddy. The Marvels.
Dion, did you notice that Captain Marvel was much less aggressive in this movie compared to the first one? Like,
not only that, but like they had her specifically apologize for, like, when at the end when they leave, the dude from K-pop was their leader or whatever. She goes,
oh, he's a
"I'm
K-pop
sorry
singer
for the way." I'm pretty sure he's in. I think it's BTS, but that dude is 100% recognized. I think he's one of the singers from BTS.
Oh, that just goes to show you how little I know.
I'm telling you, man. Like, it's a blessing and a curse to have, many nincompoops because they watch this shit, and also, your boy watches a lot of shit. K-pop comes up every once in a while. You dig? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that dude's from BTS.
Well,
I don't know. I'll look him up, but yeah, I didn't know him.
Jeez.
What were you saying, Nick?
Oh, I forgot my point. Don't worry about it.
Oh, but no, folks out in the chat listening, Disney definitely listened to everyone's critiques of Captain Marvel.
Oh,
because they understood that they couldn't get away with that shit a second time.
That's what it was about the reviews and things, or the way that we learned in the Variety article, the way that they have people watch the movies and give criticism. Like, it's basically like everybody in the family. But that, like, they do the thing you do is like an independent filmmaker. It's like, I'm going to show my family this movie, and they all say it's great. I should go put it out, and people will watch it. And then you find out it's crap. And it's like, if you don't have an objective opinion in any of your movies, Disney, you're gonna keep making crap. And I love how this was the first one that they actually gave to a test audience in Texas, and they were like, "No, this is not good." And they're like, "Oh shit, we have to do something." And they try to scramble to try to make it comparable, but I don't know.
You're not wrong. I mean, this movie is definitely trying to appeal to a lot of people and appease a lot of people and apologize too. It's a very, very strange beast. And it's not a good one at all. It's, if you thought The Flash was a jumbled mess of a movie, imagine The Flash just an hour and 45 minutes. It's that level of bad. Like, like I said earlier, Dion, when you had cut out, I said this to the audience. This movie is not as, that dreaded W word. It's not really, it's not like one of those man bashing films that people talk about on the internet. It doesn't do that at all. Like, for as shitty as this movie is, like, folks out there, you're going to hear reviews. That's not in the movie. It's, we don't benefit from telling you the truth about it. It's just the truth. It's not, Captain Marvel doesn't talk down to anybody. They cut that kind of bullshit out of the movie. That haughty, I'm not going to smile, don't tell me what to do. That attitude, that mentality's gone. That's not a selling point for you to go see this movie. That's just to tell you that even with that shit taken out, a bad movie is a bad movie. You can take out the wokeness in these movies and they still suck dick. That's what we've been saying for years. You don't need to just jump on that one word to attack it. It is, those movies exist. Those are those things. But this movie's just shitty. Like, it is dumb. It's, the black girl magic line was cringy. It was said once. You heard it in the trailer. That's the only time it's mentioned. It's not funny. The only part, Dion, that made me chuckle, and I'll admit, when they did all this shit where they were flying away from her house and Captain Marvel crashed into the ground and Nick Fury goes, "Oh, it's just Carol." I kind of chuckles. I'm like, yeah, fuck that bitch. But other than that, it was not a funny movie at all to me.
I mean, her as forced as they were, her family were the only part of that movie that I liked. The mom was actually funny, and they shoehorn her into a lot of stuff. But like, there are a lot of moments where the build is to what the mom says, and a lot of times it did make me laugh. And then there's a part where she starts talking to her in her native language or whatever, and she goes, and you let her know if something happens to you, I'm gonna kill her. And then she goes, and Carol goes, "Well, what did she say?" She goes, "Oh, nothing, don't worry about it." Like that, I actually laughed at that part. So that was, if anything, the forcefully inserted cultural perspective thing was actually it was actually pretty good. That's one of the few things the movie in their way of throwing a bunch of shit at the wall, seeing what sticks. That's the one thing that sticks. I'm like, okay, her mom is actually kind of fucking funny. And then the dad is funny because he's clearly a daddy's girl. So he's like, in the beginning when she's kind of retelling everything, right before their powers start jumbling, she mentions Captain Marvel, and the dad goes, "Is Captain Marvel making you do something you don't want to?" I actually laughed at that part too. Like that was like her parents are in the jokes department, the only ones that kind of land are the fucking parents.
I felt like I would care about the family if I actually watched Miss Marvel, but I shouldn't have to watch a movie or a series of TV shows to understand a movie. And what's presented there, it wasn't deep enough to make me care about this family. Like, I get what
Right.
it's supposed to be. I understand it. I've met families from all over that live here in the country. Like, it's not this amazing thing to see this type of a family on screen. It's fine. But what it is it's not deep enough or engaging enough. Like, I didn't need to read Spider-Man comics to know how important Aunt May was to Peter. I didn't need. Here's counterpoint. The family in Blue Beetle was much more entertaining on every level than the family in the Marvels. I actually gave a shit about the family in Blue Beetle. When the dad died, I cared. When the family almost lost their house, when they got the job, when they lost this, when he went to college, like, I actually cared about those characters. I felt like they were a good representation of a family that I cared about. Kamala's family, they weren't poorly acted. They weren't annoying characters. They weren't overbearing. They didn't get too much screen time. They just didn't have the heart or the depth that I expect to actually connect with a group of characters. And with that being said, that just adds to the pile of problems I have with the Marvels. At the end of the day, I didn't resonate with anybody, or excuse me, nobody resonated with me. I didn't care about them. And I have to care about a character to want to rewatch a film. I have to care about a character to want to know more or go deeper. You know, this whole Kamala Khan getting Kate Bishop and they're going to start an all-girls Avengers. I don't give a shit. It's nothing to do with an all-girls Avengers. I'm not watching the TV shows, and I'm not going to watch the TV shows. So how does Disney think that's a good way? It's not going to get people to go back and watch Hawkeye. Oh man, I got to watch Hawkeye now because this character popped up in Miss Marvel or on the Marvels, excuse me. Like it used to work out where everything leading to the Avengers I had to be a part of. And then everything leading to Endgame I had to watch because of Thanos and all this shit. Could we get a general direction instead of trying to do a multiverse? Like, I get it. You got to put the little Easter eggs in the breadcrumbs to get the audience to keep biting. But this is a little different. You need to just flat out fucking tell people what the plan is, where they're going, and how they're going to do it. You can't hide behind the mystery and the intrigue. J.J. Abrams sucks and ruined filmmaking for a lot of people. His mystery box mentality is crap. This trying to drag people along, we get it. You're going to bring in all the iconic versions of these characters. Just fucking go with it. And like, put something out there quick. Stop giving us TV shows about inconsequential things with a little bit of a payoff at the end. Keep going and just put out the big hits to get people talking. Like, you're in a position, Marvel, where you can't afford to do breadcrumbs anymore. You got to let us know exactly what's happening. You got to either show us a future where we see Iron Man, Spider-Man, the Avengers, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four all fighting a big villain in like a Vision or something, or like a rip in space-time, just to get people talking. But showing the Beast from X-Men isn't enough to get people to fucking open their wallets and go, oh my god, Kelsey Grammer's back. He's a good Beast. The Beast design looked great. The CGI was terrible, dude. What I thought when the Beast was talking, It was so laughable. It was like, really? This is Marvel? You had reshoots and you have $250 million to sink into this movie, and your CGI looks like that? I don't have a fucking they don't have any excuses at that.
Well, and again, hey, let's go, Josh McCown. Everything you're saying is correct. I think the thing to remember, especially for the fan base, right? It's that is correct, but it's not from the perspective of, damn, like we just ran out of ideas, or damn, we're just copying the formula to move on. This is very much, you can tell that this is such a corporate entertainment engine, incentive-based movie. Like, so you brought up the issue, the point about you have to watch everything to be excited for the next thing. Like the trailer for Age of Ultron is a perfect example. Like even though we knew that Avengers was probably it can't get any fucking better than this, those movies still built towards the one singular event of not just Ultron, but the beginning of our Infinity Saga, right? There was a specific build to a singular point to progress a singular story across multiple characters the way you would do it in the comic book. And now Marvel, Lucasfilm, Disney as a whole, this iteration of DC, we'll see what James Gunn does. You know, I think you bringing up The Flash isn't by just because you're a smart motherfucker. It's by design. Flash and Marvels they're so much the same fucking movie, right? Like whatever Cold War we thought was going on between DC and Marvel, it's over. Like they're like, hey, we made our movies, we're gonna make the corporate movie. And DC's like, we're gonna make the same corporate movie. You know, it's not a fucking coincidence it came out in the same fucking year. You know, they're the same fucking movie. We're like, hey, it's the same movie. The Marvels is the same fucking movie. The difference being exactly as Jeff said. You like Avi's family more than you do Camilla Khan's. But they're like, hey, we'll do the same movie, but also that other chick is in it. It's just such a corporate movie by design. Like they could go back to making a franchise like Phase 1. They're just choosing not to because they think that this shit works. It's such a targeted entertainment thing. You know, the fact that all the motherfucking they go to the one planet where they sing, and she's like, oh well, he's bilingual, meaning that he speaks normally. My thing is like, yo, dude, that's like now we're doing musicals now. Like, so we're gonna see a Marvel musical soon. I guarantee it.
It already exists. There's a Captain America musical, Dion.
Well, there you go. There you go, man. Like everything's a callback to the other thing that involves the other thing. Like it's not by accident. They're half-assing everything. You know, we could have another phase like Phase 1. You know what to do. You just got to pay for it, baby. And they're like, we'll pay for it, but we want a safe, satirized, sanitary thing that our target groups all like, and they'll watch the next thing. And it's not working. It's just, even for your purposes, it's not working. It's Camilla Khan around that age rank. You know, the kids of the people who watched Phase 1, they're 10, they're 11, they're 13 now. Like their Phase 1 comes up in your mind. That's why the trailers had all the reference to the first Avengers movie, right? Like it's supposed to make you take your kids to the Marvels, but the movie's aimed at your kids because they were born when fucking Avengers came out, baby. We're gonna hook them the same way that we hooked you, but with way less effort. But that's what makes the Beast thing so weird. Why are you making a movie aimed at my kids, but you make a reference in the credits to me? This movie, they have no idea what they want to be, and it's so, like you said, it's so weird. It is a weird, almost, pun intended with the Shrek ending, like an AI generated movie, and it's hilarious how by the numbers it is. It really is.
Yeah, I like the point you just made about why is it directed at my kids, but the references are for me, because X3 is 17 years old. And it is not a good film. And most people aren't really passing X3 on. X-Men, sure. X2, of course. Logan, Days of Future Past. The other ones from Matthew Vaughn, or the Deadpool movies. Those are being passed on. But you're referencing the worst X-Men film, and you're trying to dig deep. I get it. You think that's going to get people in theaters. Like the X-Men is the big thing to save Marvel. If they don't pull that trigger like tomorrow, I don't think there's going to be an X-Men to save this cinematic universe. Maybe a hard reboot with X-Men and Spider-Man and other things being the forefront. But now's the time to either shit or get off the pot, and we're ready to just for them to get off the pot. You can't dangle stuff anymore because you're making movies for people with no attention spans, and you're creating films without the length of time. How do I say it? You're making movies for people without an attention span, and you're creating movies that require less of an attention span to watch, but you're putting these long form, deep seated member berries and Easter eggs in these movies that expect people to have watched 27 hours of content. You can't have both. You either have to go the route of, well, this movie stands on its own, or it's just another continuation, but you also make the movie long enough that other people who do not watch those things can understand it. You really have created an content for no audience because no one's really a winner in any of this. I personally feel like we've lost out on an hour and 45 minutes of time. Now, are we going to get that time back? Of course, we're not going to get that time back. But I do wish that Marvel would at least send us out a Christmas card and say, hey, Jeff, Dion, we're sorry, guys. All right, we took up your time. We ruined a Thursday. Here is a free ticket to Disney World and a coupon for a Domino's pizza, which will respond with, can we at least get Pizza Hut? But that's the story for another time. But, you know, I just want I want to go to the theater and be entertained. And DC, I can't believe I'm saying it, man. DC did it way better with Blue Beetle. Like, I would watch Blue Beetle 20 times before I'd watch the Marvels ever again.
Oh, shit.
Yep. Agreed.
I know I'm in the minority, but I don't think that Blue Beetle's a bad movie. I think it came out at a bad time. I think it follows some truly atrocious movies. But I would happily watch that again. And, you know, if there was a Black Friday deal for about $15, I'd buy it. I considered getting the action figure not that long ago. The character had some heart. Yeah, it had some cringy jokes, but at least it had shit that also made me laugh. This movie, I mean, Dion, we've already beat that horse, so we're not going to go over and repeat ourselves. But, dude, this was just a chore. That's, to me, the best word. It was a chore. And if you like your chores and not getting any allowance money, then you're going to love the Marvels.
Yep, agreed. You're doing your chores because you said your prayers and you ate your vitamins and you went to bed on time and you like the Marvels. Like, it's made for you, baby. Like, if you love having your peanut butter and jelly on white Wonder Bread and a glass of milk, you're gonna fucking love the Marvels, man. Like, it is made for that audience 100%. You look at commercials and you're like, I'm gonna buy that, and you like the Marvels.
Oh my god. So, do you think this multiverse is going to pay off for them, or do you think they're going to stick the landing or shit the bed?
I will say this.
Kendo.
My man. I know the football coach in you isn't exactly pleased with this game right now, but I missed you, baby.
I haven't even looked at this game right now. Let me go take a look. I was stuck doing something I thought would only take a couple hours and I'd be done in a decent time, only to find out that for once they didn't get steamrolled and we're taking it the distance to go all 5 sets. And it's like, God damn, usually we'd lose by now. Let's see, 16-13. The Bears are somehow winning. Huh. How about that? Lots of field goals. Lots of field goals.
Football.
Thank God for kickers, right? And then the little undersized Brazilian kids need to be useful for something.
Listen, don't make fun of it. That's how they get the green cards, okay?
Hey, we all American, baby.
Green card, gold card, who gives a shit?
Thank you, Happy. So, Dion, back to the question. Where does the multiverse go? Because if they're really banking on this to be the next 10 years, and this is what they're hoping on this to be profitable, is Deadpool 3 going to be enough to... Here's the weird thing, too. Deadpool 3 is confirmed to be an R-rated film. If Deadpool 3 is going to be the one that fixes a lot of this multiverse shit, kids can't go to see Deadpool 3. So what are they going to do?
Listen, to answer your question in the short term, it's going to shit the bed. They're going to... My guess, they're going to go 2 more movies because they're already either half done or already past the point where you might as well make the movie and see what you can do with it. and then they're gonna shit the bed because, again, I can't stress this enough. This is gonna be their fucking Ghostbusters 2016. They're gonna lose some money, and then they're gonna take 2 more because shit, we already got this shit going on. Whatever show's gonna debut here pretty soon, it's got to come out. Whatever film that's done for first quarter of 2024 has to come out. It's gonna come out, and then they're gonna course correct because this is a huge thing. To your other point with Deadpool, Disney just bought Hulu from Comcast for like $18 billion or whatever it is.
Jesus,
So
that deal went through finally. Holy shit!
yep,
They
Yeah,
had
so
to buy them. They were like contractually obligated.
but not only that, to your specific point about Deadpool, that's going to be the apparatus for the R-rated. So it'll still, and I'm sure they'll still have it on Disney Plus for a little bit, but that's going to be their out because, that crazy ass deal that they have the bundle and everything to get motherfuckers to buy this shit, but that's also going to be their out with the R-rated shit. So you can have things like Captain Marvel. Obviously, they're not going to make money on that. So that's where the Wild West comes in. So the chess pieces are involved and in position for the Marvels to make $1 billion. That's not going to happen. So we don't know what the fuck's going to happen. But to answer your question quickly, it's going to shit the bed, and we're going to see some wild shit in the next 2 to 3 years, buddy.
I think we're going to see a lot of wild, serious shit as well, but not the way Disney wants it to be. Not people geeking
Right.
out. Like those trailers of people crying and shit. Nobody reacts to the trailers anymore like that. And I understand it was annoying to me too.
They had that for Captain Marvel.
I liked it. Yeah, back
They
then.
had that for Captain Marvel.
That was 4 years ago. People don't respond to Marvel movies anymore like that. That's what I'm saying. Like that was the thing up through the first 3 phases. People don't do that. People just aren't there for it anymore. And I guess what would be wise is to cater to the people that are there for it. Now, I'm not saying you need to make everything to appeal to a guy like me, but I think I'm very open-minded to all sorts of things because I read more than one Marvel comic book. I don't just read Spider-Man. I may be, well-read in Spider-Man. If that's really a thing to be well-read in. But I do understand how Marvel works and the history and the stories and all this stuff. And I also know how to write a story. And I wouldn't make these movies so inconsequential. You put things that you say they're must see, but make them must see. Make them Winter Soldier good. Make them Civil War. Make them the first Avengers. Make them Iron Man. Make them these movies that you're like, man, I got to go back and make the movies that you watch over and over again. That's really important too, because all the Easter eggs and all the things that you want to put in there, people are going to catch them on second, third, fourth viewings. These movies aren't good enough to get through one viewing. So until you can create something that has people returning 6, 7, 8 times, not the theaters necessarily. I'm talking like when it hits streaming. Like, remember when Infinity War hit streaming? We watched that movie like 20 times. We would text each other drunk, like, hey man, I put it on again. Like, have something that is at least worth that much time to people. This movie, humor is an odd thing to do because the funnier Marvel movies try to be.
Difficult.
In terms of what? What's difficult, Dion?
Chicken butt.
Is it difficult? I've never had one. I mean, I know Yokozuna used to eat turkey asses. But...
Yeah, turkey asses dipped in mayonnaise. It's a fucking Samoan thing. Goddamn Samoans. Fuck you, Nick, you Samoan.
He's just mad. He's not even going to respond to you now, dude.
Oh, I got him all riled up. And then Doyne just left. I guess his internet cut out again.
He beeped out so hard earlier. I was like, dude, you got to drop and come back in. Like, it was bad. But thank you to everyone.
Messages in between slinging nachos and hot dogs.
Oh. What sold more, nachos or hot dogs?
I don't know, man. They were pretty much neck and neck. Hot dogs with cheese and jalapenos on it. Nachos with jalapenos and extra cheese. Selling a lot of that shit. Senior class made a lot of money tonight. And as their sponsor, I was all for it.
Dion, welcome back to the show, my friend. I shouldn't welcome him back until I can hear him talking.
Anyway.
Kendo, you dodged a bullet with this movie. I know we got drunk and did the first Captain Marvel commentary. This isn't like like you can't really lampoon this one as much as you can other movies.
As somebody that enjoyed Marvel movies for quite a while, this one wasn't even on the radar. Unless I was told you have to go see this movie because your life and health depend upon it, I wasn't going to go watch it. I don't even plan on watching it when it's on TV.
I mean, that's the wise thing to do, and everyone here is better if they don't do that as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds like a winner.
Yeah, it just doesn't appeal to me.
Is it because you're a man, Kendo?
No, because I watched the first Wonder Woman movie. I think it's the only female-led superhero movie that I've watched, I guess. Maybe. Name
You're
one.
not really missing out if you don't watch Black Widow. That movie's not very good either.
Well, see, the thing about Black Widow movie, the reason why I didn't watch that is because she fucking died in Endgame. So what's the incentive to watch that movie? It's like I get a story of something that happened in the past that I know where this is going. So where's the incentive?
I remember the end of the movie, sever the nerve, and then she bashed her head into the fucking desk.
I talked to a doctor, and he's like, "That's not how that would work."
Are you telling me that Marvel
when that
movies
movie
are not accurate to real life?
Yeah, we did. There he is. So, obviously, we're slowing down a bit with the Marvels. Dion, any other egregious things in this film that stood out to you that made you just roll your eyes?
I mean, that's pretty. As much as I've ranted about it, it's pretty much it, man. It's funny. The only thing I will say is specifically in terms of the quality of the thing that we got, and obviously let me know if I'm in and out broadcast wise. But compared to Samuel L. Jackson, what he said about Brie, the shit that Brie said, obviously, and then obviously what Marvel proper was coming out in terms of their defense of Brie Larson in this movie. The movie wasn't good. It just wasn't good enough. And I can't, and it's not from a perspective as a fan on the internet, man. Like as a film, it's so forgettable. It's the same level of the sequels with Lucasfilm. No one's going to talk about this in 10 years. They really aren't. They really, really aren't.
Dude, no one's going to talk about this next weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Like,
I don't intend to.
I was joking, before you got here, but we were joking about how 2023 is the year of the Karen movies, where you had Barbie, Taylor Swift, and the Marvels. But I don't think the same audience that spent $1 billion on Barbie is going to spend anything on the Marvels. Like at the end of the day, comic book movies and superhero movies are for a different style of audience. They're no longer the zeitgeisty thing to do anymore, and so these movies won't make that much money because you gave the normies a complete story. I bet you if Marvel had the time stone, they would go back and do Endgame differently, so they'd leave you on another cliffhanger. That movie felt like the end of everything, and people repeat that point all the time. And you know what? When you tell a good finale and a good closing chapter, you don't feel the need to go back and watch more. It's over. It's done with. All your favorite heroes are gone. Maybe you'll check up on the further adventures of Spider-Man. But, I mean, Iron Man died in the movie. Captain America got old and hung it up after he went back and lived a life with Peggy. Chadwick Boseman passed away. And you just don't have that same type of appeal. So Marvel has done it again. You disagree?
I gotta disagree. I think that you can keep those stories going. They have to be good. I cannot stress this enough to you. John Wick might have a 5th fucking movie. How? Reeves said that he would do it. That is a franchise that could end up being the good version of Death Wish, right? You can have a never-ending story, pun intended, but it has to be good. You cannot get into the habit of doing the cookie cutter bullshit and expect the same people and their kids to come back to it. It is all you. Hillary and I did this when Diane and I, did this when we got on Devin about something. We're already on your side. You don't need to fuck that up. And Marvel's in a place, story-wise, professional wrestling is a time-honored sport that's lasted 100 years, right? And you can only tell the certain amount of stories in pro wrestling. And, the WWE is learning that now. We're going to see what's going to happen with Endeavor. you have a thing that you can only do so many moves with. You can have phase 1 for the next 50 years, but they have to be good. Stop trying to reference TikTok. Stop trying to reference whatever social uprest is going on right now. I understand the goal. You're a company, you want to make money, and you get people who think that way at that time to spend their money. But if you want to continue making Avengers movies, right, that make $1 billion, you can do that. They have to be good. And it's a hard lesson to learn, especially again during Oscar season. Fucking, this is the same shit that happened with the Eternals. You know, Jeff brought it up earlier. You can have a movie where guys like Jeff and I, Kendo and I, Jeff, Diane and I, Diane and Hillary, Diane, like you can make the hardcores keep giving you their money. Star Wars didn't continue because of it was just the brand name. The fucking movies were awesome and the books were great and it kind of covered up for the sequels. And then we got episode 3. Like you have to make the thing you want to make $1 billion has to be good. You cannot cut corners. And the Marvels is a perfect example of what happens when you cut corners in the movie business. And they might lose millions of fucking dollars.
Tens of millions. I mean, look at The Flash.
Dude.
The Flash is the biggest flop in the history of Warner Brothers.
It's about to be fucking beat in terms of studio, and that's crazy for Disney because they came out with multiple Marvel movies, an Indiana Jones movie, and there's going to be their animated movie for this year coming out next week.
Oh,
it's
Wish,
yeah, dude. Like, you know, this is no longer an issue of the quote unquote silent minority. This is X's and O's, baby. What you make dictates people giving you their money, putting their hand in their pocket, taking out a couple dollars and giving it to you. And the Marvels, just on that, no matter what Twitter says, ain't it.
Yeah, I wish social media would stop being mined by Disney executives and filmmakers. This is what the people want. Guys, I understand that you look at this as the world's greatest marketing research tool, but it's not, because how many shit posters are out there? I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw something, at least people were talking about how Gail Simone essentially posted about how she regrets her work in comics. Like all these people, they call them tourists. These people come in, they ruin a genre, they ruin niche entertainment, and they try to make it for either what they consider a marginalized group, or they try to make it for people who aren't fans, and they think they're doing a good thing when it's like, look, you can be anybody working in comics, but you got to remember who the actual comic audience is, and make your shit appealing. Like it's every form of entertainment that is near and dear to us. You can't name something that we like that isn't.
Make a movie. Just make a movie. Like it's not, stop worrying about appealing in general. Stop worrying about stop worrying about Monday morning after your movie. Just make a movie. Just focus on the movie. You want the movie to be good, appealing. If it's good, that's going to come. If it's a good movie, it's going to come with $1 billion, pun intended. Like you can't stop worrying about the appealing thing in general. Like that can't be part of the process anymore, and how many times can Disney learn this fucking lesson? We'll see over the next calendar year after the numbers come in on the Marvels. But like don't even worry about social media. Just worry about making them. Don't worry about and it's easy to say as a motherfucker who just spends time on his couch watching movies. I understand that. But it's clearly not working, guys. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro. Like, no matter how many times you show the female Avengers clip in the trailers, like, women aren't flocking to movies because of that shit. They want to see good shit, too. And, you have to worry about the movie comes out, they give us their money, and then the movie stops. Worry about that portion of it. Because this shit, especially now you took this loss during Oscar season, man, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I don't either. Kendo, are you happy you dodged a bullet? Nick, I know you are. So
Oh yeah.
I mean, does a pig's pussy bite its head?
of course it does.
My favorite saying.
There you go.
Okay, so Dion, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give the Marvels?
I'd give it a 5. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and literally that was it. It's a solid 5.
Okay, so I gave the original Captain Marvel a 5, and I think that the original Captain Marvel was a slightly better film. So I'm gonna have to, on my own metric, give this movie a 4 to a 4.5 out of 10. I would give it like a 5 if it was like, I know this is obvious, but they both have their own flaws. This one is not as annoying as the first Captain Marvel. She is a different character. Clearly, Disney told her to just cut that bullshit back. So all that stuff has to be taken into account. But this movie has so much pointless time. Like, we didn't even talk about the big reveal of Tessa Thompson. It's like, where are the scrolls going to go?
Oh, dear
I
God.
have a friend. And then all of a sudden, Tessa Thompson in a fucking business suit walks through the Rainbow Bridge, the Bifrost, and just is like, yeah, no problem. I got him. I'm so. And another thing, too. Here's a problem that I didn't even remember to bring up, but I thought of it in the theaters. I did watch Secret Invasion. You're supposed to have me be sympathetic to Skrulls after I just watched Secret Invasion? Like, what a terrible thing is the audience to try to, like, Disney's trying to get you to feel for the Skrulls and make the Krees evil people. Oh, the Skrulls were victims. Now the Skrulls are evil aliens. Stop trying to make them an allegory for my immigration in this country. Like, you really got to stop that shit. That is that is where you lose me. You don't need to have everything
Build that
represent
Marvel
something
wall.
else. Yes. Keep all the Marvel movies out. But but if you're going by your own logic of you got to watch everything, you got to be up to date. Okay, I did watch Secret Invasion because Secret Invasion was one of my favorite Marvel comic books of the last 23 years. I bought in hard. I bought all the books. I bought all the spin-offs, much like Civil War. I bought the books. I bought the spin-offs. I did Marvel. I did Secret Wars, Civil War, Secret Invasion, excuse me. I did Siege. I bought all the big Marvel titles. Avengers versus X-Men. Like, I was there. Like, you can't bullshit a bullshitter, but I can't bullshit you guys in terms of like my comic book. Maybe one day, you know my shit, dude, and I know my shit when it comes to comic books. I don't, go to war with people on Twitter over this shit. I find myself liking classic stuff, but I read through all of this, and to turn these characters into something that they're not, for the sake of trying to look intellectual or the sake of trying to be relevant in whatever year you put your movie out, you're hurting your movie long term. If you want to make a character that's complex and starts out as a villain and has some gray areas to him, look at Darth Vader. Darth Vader starts out as this unrepentant bastard in the first movie. Then you get to the second one, he's even more evil. He's killing his own people. But then he's got a little bit of a gray area when he's like, well, we'll take the Emperor down together. We'll do it as father and son. And then you get the Return to the Jedi, even before he's fully redeemed. He even talks about, it's too late for me. He even humors Luke Skywalker and stuff before he sends him off to the Emperor. So, I mean, you can take these villains and make them interesting. They make these villains victims. And this whole victim mentality is not interesting to watch. I would rather watch purely evil villains with, very little redeeming qualities over trying to watch, countless evil villains turned into something sympathetic. You're not Sam Raimi. This isn't the original Spider-Man trilogy. Stop trying to make sympathetic villains. Not everyone has to be sympathetic. Give me some bastards. It worked for Thanos because you were able to give us his point of view, but he could not be stopped or redeemed. He had to be killed twice. I like how they handled him, but I don't like what they do with this lady here. And the fact that she just kills herself by having too much power, kind of a lame ending. The heroes don't even get to save the day.
Luke Skywalker died from forcing too hard.
Yeah, he force Skyped and died. Kendo, the MacGuffin of this movie is a bracelet.
Huh. How about that?
I know, right?
Is it a friendship bracelet that they sat around and they made together one night while they were doing braids in their hair and watching movies and talking about Joey Lawrence?
Whoa. There was a slumber party on a spaceship where they played jump rope together.
That sounds about fucking right.
Yeah. That's where Intergalactic comes in, folks. That great Beastie Boys song is used for them to have a
Oh
party.
dear God, dude! That's one thing I fucking hated about the trailer. They kept using that great song for this shitty movie. I was like, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I love that song. I firmly believe they used that in the trailer because the first words are "Don't you tell me to smile," and that was the whole
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
campaign
yeah,
of that
yeah,
first
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
And I was just
That
like,
makes-
okay,
that
Marvel,
makes
you're
sense.
trying
That
too
makes
hard
sense.
again.
So they hucklebucked it. It turned out to be a sabotage.
There
Pretty
you
much.
go. I like what you did.
Yeah, well, Brie Larson's this fucking thorn in my side.
Yeah, so I had read online that she isn't really feeling the character and doesn't really want to come back. I don't think I hope Marvel.
We're not
gets out
feeling
of-
her character, and we don't want her to come back. So there we go. We have some common ground. An agreement has been. We've reached past the past, and we are finally all on the same side. Cheese woman, good job.
Yes, thank you, Cheese Woman.
Drop the taco.
Oh, if she's
God
holding
bless
the
you,
taco,
cheese
I'll go
woman. I'm right off into that sunset. Nope, keep riding. Go. Nope, a little further. You're almost there. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Did you hear about the surprise cameo in the credits, Kendo?
I'm gonna say no because I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
It was Beast from the X-Men.
Beast Man?
Yeah, Beast, the blue one. Hank McCoy.
With
You
his
don't remember him?
Ultimate Universe look.
Is he coming?
I thought
to
he
face,
looked like the cartoon.
Is he a Space McCoy and he's gonna fight the Space Hatfields?
Yes, he is.
Spatfields?
That's the sequel.
Well, the Spatfields and no, I'm not gonna say that one.
Yeah, you go. Good save, Kendo.
Spamoys.
The Spicolis.
The Spicolis, yeah. The Spicolis and the Spatfields. And West Virginia.
We all grew up in West Virginia. It's a real place that's near and dear to our heart. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. But yeah, so that's our review of the Marvels. Anything else? Any final points before we check in with the audience?
I think we're done talking about the Marvels.
All right, Dion, you done?
Yep.
All right, folks in the chat. Oh, wait, hold on. One last thing, and you guys can all play at home with us. What's the opening weekend gonna be? Nick, what do you think this is gonna make this weekend?
Didn't you already say 80?
Oh, it hasn't made any money. It's No, the projection keeps lowering. It was at 75, and now it's sub 75.
Okay. I'm going to say 45.
All right, so Nick is 45 million. Kendo,
I'm gonna come in at a solid cold 52 million.
52 million. Dion,
I'm saying 30.
damn it, that was going to be my guess. So I'll do 35 just to be further away.
37.
In a row. I heard a car horn.
Well, they agree with you.
They heard 37.
Paul
They got
And-
excited.
Paul Anderson guessed 63. Miss Ninja Julian guessed 40. Let's see, what else do we have? Dirty D Senpai guessed 54. Tim Riggs, our big friend of the channel, big supporter of the channel, I should say, says 65.
Tree Fitty.
Tree Fitty. The Foxwolf says $14. Just Joe says 58 million. Well, maybe something cool will happen, like aliens will come visit and everyone will forget to go see the Marvels. How great of a story would that be? Like, Disney goes to make this movie and they're like, look, it's got to make a lot of money. And like for 10 weekends in a row, crazy life-changing events happen. Like aliens visit,
A wormhole opens up.
a wormhole opens up. I'm trying to avoid going to war because I want to keep this positive and fun. But big
Dogs and
life-changing.
cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Yeah. The Dead Rise every weekend. That would be a fun story.
Every
to make.
weekend.
Every
The
weekend
Dead
when they're
Rise.
going to relaunch the Marvels, something crazy happens. And every weekend it'll be us going, guys, what's going to happen this week? Are ghost pirates going to come in and fucking wipe people out like the Mist or the Fog?
Big titty women are going to drop from the sky.
Oh, dude. Guys like us just don't fall out of the fucking sky, you know. Nor do beautiful, naked, big titty women. All right. The ice caps will melt. There we go. And all the volcanoes will explode.
Yeah.
Oh man, no, I don't think it's gonna take like something like that to cause people not to watch this movie. I don't think they're gonna watch it at all. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right, folks. Well, thank you for sticking around through the review. It's time to do our fun audience interactive segment. We appreciate each and every one who listens tonight live. You guys are here with us each and every week. You make this fun and worthwhile. So, folks, hit that thumbs up button to let YouTube know that you enjoy this, so we have the ability to do it for more of you each and every week as we're on our way to 200K. We're even closer now than we were last time. And I got to say, I'm seeing a lot of new names tonight. I'm seeing a lot of our favorite names, but a lot of new names as well. So, folks, thank you for joining us. And our friend Tim Riggs says, I still love you guys, even though I'm going to bed. Most times you're alive. I miss these too often. Well, Tim, we're always happy to have you, man. And you'll have to make it out to a convention so we can all get together.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Make sure you guys keep hitting that like button.
Yeah. And shit.
So, Kendo, even though you were the last one here, pick your number between 1 and 69 so we can transition to our audience segment.
In honor of Jackie Robinson, I will pick 24.
Excuse me. I believe I asked you to put a chick in this and make her gay.
Yes, the chef was a little confused what you meant by that.
It means put a chick in the linguine and make her fucking gay!
There we go. You guys, one of those, you got them.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to have something even more exciting for next week. Trace XL says, inflation is wild right now. People are saying gas prices are rising, but the Marvels is sounding like one very expensive turd. Who knew excrement could cost so much? I'm in the wrong industry. I think we all.
Oh, from my understanding, it is one big pile of shit.
Yeah, we are definitely in the wrong industry because we should be in Hollywood where we can fail upwards. Wonderful.
Well, we're working our way to making entertainment, but we won't fail upwards. We just won't fail. We'll just keep on doing stuff that the audience wants.
Keep on keeping on.
But Trace XL, you are correct. This is one very expensive turd, and hopefully there's enough to wipe up and clean up this mess quickly. I hope Disney learns as they're dealing with a lot of issues this year. I hope they learn to stop making bullshit. You don't need to only appeal to one demographic. You got to make those universal pictures. Well, they need to make movies with universal appeal. Universal can make universal pictures. They're doing okay.
Yeah, man. I think they're investing in a new park or something here soon. I heard that's happening.
We should go.
Yeah, man. Always down. We had
Universal.
We had a fucking awesome time at Halloween Horror Nights. So,
oh, dude, we did.
Yeah.
And when I lived in California, it was great to go to Universal all the time. It was just like, hey, let's go do a Universal day. Trace XL, thank you very much. He says the Marvels has over 66 2/3 chance of sucking, which spells disaster at sacrifice. Jeff, please have the genetic freak break down the numbers.
I figure that number's a lot higher. It's probably like the 142 and 6%.
Well, normally we have this for very special occasions, very special amounts, but Trace XL sent in a bunch of stuff, so I think we have enough for some Steiner math right about here.
They say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, if we used to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%, I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at sacrifice.
Yeah.
If only he would have won that match.
Yeah, but he didn't.
The numbers did lie.
Moving backwards a little bit to the Ghostbusters Frozen Empire trailer, our friend, what has this? Centrevis Gaming says using Cruel Summer by Bananarama was blatant nostalgia bait. Well, it does evoke memories of the Karate Kid, but that's about it for me. Kendo, Dion, did you like the Ghostbusters trailer?
Well, what if this movie takes place during a summer that's exceptionally cruel, and the song is apt?
That's fair. We got to see how the summer of 2024 turns out. Were you interested in the new
I did
Ghostbusters
like
trailer, Kendo? Oh, Dion did like it?
Yep.
Well, we're gonna that'll be an all hands on deck review that we do next year.
Yeah, that one I will go out of my way to try to see for the channel and all that good stuff. Because, you put a movie like that in front of me, and even though I don't need it, I have been burned before in the past where I'm like, I don't need this movie to exist. And then Top Gun Maverick came out, and it's the second greatest movie of all time. So I think that this could be good. Plus, they got Winston back. They've got the Ghostbusters -1. I don't know where the fuck Harold Ramis is or what he's doing these days, but he needs to get his ass to work. But, it could work out.
He's playing a ghost now, Kendo.
Yeah, but everybody can play a fucking ghost.
Well, he does it the best.
Well, that's potato, tomatoes, and shit. So he just they need to dig him up wherever he's at and get him back to work. This force ghost thing ain't gonna fly.
I don't think that's how it works. But if they can figure it out, he is the best Ghostbuster. So, well, no, Ray's the best Ghostbuster. Folks in the chat, who's the best Ghostbuster? We'll be reading those in a minute. Our friend Sejorjan says, I was interested in Ghostbusters Frozen Empire because it has James Acaster, a British comedian that I've seen through Mock and Week and Taskmaster. Shame Patton Oswalt had to ruin it with his presence.
That happens a lot with Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, I don't ever want to see him on film or TV or anything. Like, I've already said my piece at the beginning of this show, but you guys know how I feel about him. He stinks, and I don't like him.
Yeah, he was the worst part about Justified, and there was no bad parts in that show, Justified. But Patton Oswalt being in it made it not good.
Well, I know.
Kendo,
I know your favorite actors in the Ghostbusters movie. Kunal Nanjiani.
I ain't fucking watching it now.
Folks, if you'd like to apply to be the 4th WCBS member to watch Ghostbusters Afterlife with us, go to shopwcbs.com, get a t-shirt, and we will pick a name out of a hat.
I'm willing to take a stand and get fired over Knob Jobby, okay?
A knob jobby is what got you fired from your dream job. Damn it. What hasn't that man taken from us, guys?
Oh, my dream job is actually a Zamboni driver, but, this is a close third.
Well, we'll get you a Zamboni. Don't worry.
Being an infield raker would be pretty sweet, too.
I can get you a job as a moonraker. Would that work?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Okay, I will go see the movie, but whenever Knob Jobby's on the screen, I will throw shit at it.
That's fine. We were not going to be in the same theater. It's not like you're going to get us kicked out.
Because he's such a fucking pretentious cunt.
Tell us how you really feel, man. Let it out.
No, you guys know how I really feel about Kumi Knob Jobby. I don't fucking buy Tide anymore because of his bitch ass.
I wish the good people at Procter and Gamble could hear that.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Because they're like, well, shit, maybe that was a bad advertising campaign.
What?
Yeah.
We'll fill you in off air. Shrubbles08 says, the word of the day is twant, the amazing Marvel twant, how Stella got her twant back, and Twant Wars, the rise of Ray's twant.
Camille Namjani is a twant.
Hey, I'll never correct you about that. That's true.
Twant Raker.
Fistful of twant.
Back to the twant.
Twant never dies.
Saving Private Twant.
The twant is not enough.
License to Twant.
Apocalypse Twant.
Full Metal Twant.
Silence of the Twants.
Willy Wonka and the Twant Factory.
Sisterhood of the Traveling
Full Metal Twant.
Pulp Twant.
Twant Durham.
I like Platwant. That's a good one.
Platwant. That's the winner. All right, Platwant it is, Dion.
The Twant Diaries.
Your final entry is the saddest. Our friend Obi-Wan 27883 says, add phrase of the day for movie/TV titles like blank, it's got electrolytes. Twants, it's got electrolytes. There you
Taking
go.
a Pelham 1, 2, 3. It's got electrolytes.
Oh God.
A Few Good Men, it's got electrolytes.
Snakes on a plane. It's got electrolytes.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape? It's got electrolytes. Raging Bull, it's got electrolytes.
Doctor, no, it's got electrolytes.
Folks, tell us what has electrolytes in the chat. We'll be checking those out in just a moment. John Thomas, thank you very much. He says, Jeff, did y'all see Retirement Plan? Nicolas Cage put out a couple months ago. It was okay. Enjoyable Cage doing Pete Cage. I did not. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little guilty. I did not see Nicolas Cage's most recent film. Last one I saw was The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. And boy, did I like that movie.
That was a lot of fun. That was a good time.
It made me want to party with Nicolas Cage. Then again, I always have wanted to party with Nicolas Cage. Isato Fortune, what is up? He says, I think we can agree that Marvel movies are now 2-hour-long trailers for the next movie. Keep on rocking, fellas. Can I get a dead Pokemon, please? Well, thank you. We will keep on rocking. That's what we know how to do here at WCBS. But I believe this is the button you requested right here.
Who's that Pokemon? It's
Dead.
Damn.
R.I.P. Our friend Rod Thunderheart says, plug for See-Through Love, Spanish teacher who can become invisible and is shocked to find the new gym teacher is blind but can see her by feeling energy fields. Folks, I own a copy.
I'm sorry?
That's a real book. I own a copy of it, Nick, from Rod Thunderheart. He's our one of our friends of the channel. He's a writer as well. And I picked up the hardback edition of See-Through Love.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Yeah. Well, love makes us all hardback, so I don't know what that means, but I'll stand by it because I said it.
Okay.
At least I'm a man of my word. But Rod, if you want to drop the link to where people can find a copy of your book, please put it in the chat. We're happy to help another writer, another artist, spread the word. Folks, I'm a firm believer that there's enough out there for everybody. So that's why, in addition to promoting Stealing Solo and Woke Busters, I want everyone to find comics and other books because you don't just buy one comic. You don't just read one book. You read these things, you enjoy these things, and then you want more. And that gives you time to read these, find new creators while you're waiting on the next epic from your favorite creators like us. So, folks, Rod Thunderheart has written a nice, hefty book. Check it out. It's available. Rod, like I said, please drop that link. And, folks, tell us what you think in the chat of See-Through Love by Rod Thunderheart.
Yeah, there is enough out there for everybody, but Jeff is, and we will not stop until we get enough.
Jim on, Lee. All right. Centrevis Gaming again. Thank you very much for your generous super chat. Says The Escapist is getting folded. Apparently, I had read that. I saw the I guess it was just a news article that talked about that. Have you guys ever followed The Escapist, the zero punctuation channel with the Yahtzee Crenshaw, I think his name was?
No, but I saw a really well-known, awesome website went out of business today.
What website was that?
The Jezebel.
Oh,
wait, the Jezebel's gone?
Really?
Hold on. Let's. I believe you. I just want to see
that is hilarious.
Yeah, it shut down because, like, the headline I saw on the CNN towards the end of the day, it said something about Jezebel lays off a bunch of people and they're very upset and they're going out of business or some shit. I wasn't able to sit down and watch it or read it, as much as I wanted to because I was busy, but I saw that little thing pop up on the ticker and I'm like, ha, losers.
A one-sided blog is going out of business. Who would have thought? Well,
here's the official release. Jezebel, the punchy feminist blog with an outsized influence on internet culture, will suspend operations and lay off its staff effective immediately. Its parent company, Go Media, said Thursday as it announced broader restructuring in its portfolio of digital news outlets. Jim Spanfeller, chief executive of Go Media, said in a memo to staff obtained by CNN that the company had tried to sell the publication, but after talks with 24 potential buyers, we could not find Jezebel a new home. Oh no. As of this week, we're making the very, very difficult decision to suspend publication of the Jezebel, Spanfeller said. Few decisions over the course of my career have been as excruciating, and I want to make it clear that this is in no way a reflection on Jezebel's editorial team. Sure, Jim. Spanfeller said that he has not given up on finding a buyer for Jezebel, which he describes as having a storied legacy as the website that changed women's media forever. Spanfeller additionally announced Thursday that Go Media would undergo broader restructuring that will result in layoffs. We have been operating over the last few quarters with an eye towards efficiency and being budget conscious. I had hoped that by doing so, we could see our way through the dark times in our industry, he told employees in a memo. And indeed, we held out far longer than most, but we can hold out no longer. In total, the suspension of Jezebel's operation and other restructuring actions will result in the departure of 23 editorial staffers, Spanfeller said. The cuts come as broader media industry continues to struggle with a weak advertising climate. Vice also announced cuts to its news team on Thursday, and across media landscape, cost-cutting and layoffs have been rampant over the past few years. Just about every company in our space has found themselves in a similar circumstance, Spanfeller said.
So they tried to sell it to 12 people, and 12 people said no. You would have thought after like the third or fifth one, you would have been like, nobody wants this, but you kept trying. Good for you. For some reason, you can't come to terms that you suck.
Well, you know, I'm never happy when people lose jobs, so I want to put that out there first. But websites like the Jezebel and other websites, I don't think people are going to be playing their violins too loudly for the Jezebel or any of these ones that go away. Maybe one day the Mary Sue.
I love what they said, like, sordid legacy. I'm like, it came to fruition in 2007. So,
and you want to talk about level of self-importance that's infuriating. Look at Gawker, that went the way of the dodo thanks to Hulk Hogan. We appreciate you, brother.
Okay, well, funny thing, Jezebel was launched in 2007 by Gawker under the editorship of Ann Holmes. It's feminist counterpoint to traditional women's magazines, whatever. So,
well, some would argue that it outstayed its welcome. A lot of those people are here. So, I already prefaced with I'm not happy to have people lose their jobs, but a lot of websites like this just kind of stir the pot and are contrarian and really don't lead to anything positive. They think they're adding to the discourse of society, when in reality, they're just having really bad takes to be defended for political reasons.
Dude, the people who work there are either going to go to other publications and then get fired again in 5 years, or they're going to make their own YouTube channels or their own fucking podcasts. That's what's going to happen. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine.
Oh, yeah, they'll be fine. I mean, hell, Jezebel staffers, if you'd like to come on this podcast, don't send us emails because we probably don't have anything to say to you.
No, we're all booked up. I'm looking through it right now, and we're
yeah. Candace got the good old Google Calendar pulled up, and I think
we're stacked from here to at least 2032. So, we'll get back to you in about 9 years and let you know if we have anything open.
Yeah, they'll hear from us one day when the Angels win the pennant.
Well, they're about to lose one of their biggest showpieces, so that's going to hurt them a little bit on that front. Did you know that was a remake?
I did, actually.
I had no idea.
Because Janet Leigh's in the original.
I was yesterday years old when I found out that movie was a remake, and the original Angels in the Outfield was about the fucking Pirates. I'm like, well, that makes sense because the Angels didn't exist in 1951.
Oh, God.
I can confirm that I have seen Angels in the Outfield more times than I should have, but I've enjoyed it.
I can confirm that's probably true.
Yeah. I've seen it a handful of times for sure. Yeah.
While this is nothing to be proud of, I've probably seen Angels in the Outfield more times than most people on the planet.
God.
That was my pandemic movie.
I'm going to go out on
you picked that up during the pandemic for sure.
Right.
It's some other shit.
God, I remember the football one that happened on like the Disney Channel back in
Angels
the day.
in the End Zone?
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the fucking garbage picking, field goal kicking Philadelphia phenomenon starring Tony Danza. Yes, that is a real movie.
I watched that on was it the Disney Movie of the Week back in like 1997?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think I find things funny. I laugh at Tony Danza.
How he plays Tony in every movie?
Well, Oh my God, Monica.
Angela, what?
Mona.
Oh God.
I do like him as Mel Clark, the cigarette smoking pitcher with only 6 months left to live. He's been smoking them for years. Send Trevis Gaming though. Thank you very much for your message. I did see that. Like I said, I used to really dig Noah's. It was zero punctuation, but I'll be honest, I haven't been to the Escapist or any of these traditional websites in years. Like I don't really watch game reviews or game journalism. I don't think it's valuable to a guy like me. I'm a consumer. I will read what the game has. I will listen to other people talk about it. Like I don't need to get my game day one. Like I played Mario Wonder today, and I played it at Target, but I played it for many hours today, and I enjoyed it.
It's fun.
But it is fun, but not fun enough for me to drop $60 on.
I did.
Well, I'm happy
Yeah,
you
dude.
did.
I got the RoboCop game. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, I got
Somebody in
some
the chat-
scholarship money. So it was the way I saw it, it was free money. So I bought that and I'm gonna get myself a new pair of boots.
All
You
right.
deserve it. Here's some
Yeah.
boots and a
Didn't tell the wife that money showed up in my account yesterday. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
Secrets are good.
It's my money to spend. I earned that shit through my hard work and suffering at college again for the third time.
Third time's a charm, Kendo.
Well, third time in it, third time I'll get a degree out of it. So I think it works.
Yeah.
So when do
you're winning
you
at college.
when do you get your doctorate? And we get to call you Dr. Kendo Slice.
Well, it depends on how hard I go in the paint. I mean, I got a master's degree that I'll be wrapping up in tick over 16 months, which I was told is lunacy to do it that quick. And I'm like, you don't know me very well, do you? I am a bit of an idiot. So there's that. And then I plan on going straight into the doctoral program because, again, I'm an idiot, sir. And I think I'm going to take it a little easy next fall because doing 9 credit hours during football season was sheer stupidity. But then again, I've qualified that statement already. And but hey, heads above water. I got A's in all my classes right now. And yeah, so I would say you could probably start calling me doctor in about 6 years. And I'm not going to get one of those educational doctorates like the greatest doctor of all time who's, fucking the corpse in the White House. Those are a piece of piss. Anybody can get one of those. I'm actually getting a PhD, even though it's in an educational field.
Well, I'm going to be paging Dr. Kendo all the time, but I'll be using a different word instead of Kendo. So,
I mean, if you want to pull the old hangover on me, that's okay. I'll be like, look, it's okay. You can call me that. My last name used to be Fajot.
There you go.
We changed it when my dad immigrated here from Italy.
I'm so glad he did. Adama says, "Hey Jeff, my birthday is on Saturday. Can I get a couple of buttons, please?" Of course you can. By the way,
your birthday present. Disappointment.
Oh, somebody's got a birthday in about 12 minutes.
Oh, somebody does have a birthday in about 12 minutes.
Hey Dion, what are you doing in 12 minutes?
Say it. Say
He's
it.
turning 35.
He's turning 34.
Thank you. 4. I'm turning 29, but I just
You
want
look a day over 19.
12 minutes. Everybody, shut up.
Dude, you run with that shit. It doesn't crack. You can get away with that for a while.
He asked me a question. Oh, so I don't get to tell my birthday.
Well, we don't really
wishes.
care about your answer.
Shut up. The point
What's
is,
your birthday wish, Dion?
I want everybody who knows me to just say, "Hey, Dion, I love you, man." That's it, baby. I hate you. Shut up.
It's not nice to lie to people on their birthday, Dion.
God damn.
Well, Dion, in 11 minutes, I will tell you how I truly feel about you.
Yeah, you're all right.
Thanks, buddy. That's all I wanted.
So, Adama, here's your birthday requests.
Does he look like a bitch?
It's a little harsh to give somebody on their birthday.
Oh, I was picking my favorite buttons. That's my favorite one.
Instead of happy birthday, how old are you now? It's does he look like a bitch? Does he look like a bitch? Does he look like a bitch?
In 10 minutes, Dion will look like a
Hey,
bitch.
you're gonna accidentally summon the God of War, Mariah Carey, during Christmas.
How
Calm the fuck down.
fucked are you now? How fucked are you now? Very.
I'm somewhere between get arrested and maybe get my wife pregnant. That's about where I'm at.
Oh, dude, this is going to be a great birthday for you.
In which order?
Birthday roulette.
Birthday roulette.
Are you off work tomorrow too?
Say what?
Are you off work tomorrow too?
I am, dude. I am.
Nice. Me too.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's perfect. I don't feel bad that we're streaming still.
I'm in my
Let's see.
30s in the suburbs, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You're winning at life.
I'm going to
Adama,
celebrate
here's-
Dion's birthday by going to Albuquerque all day.
Kirky, nice.
I know. I fucking been lazy as shit. That's 2024. So I'm getting out to Albuquerque to see my godson. I gotta see my boy. I gotta spoil the fuck out of him.
Yeah, we gotta we gotta go out there and see it for sure, man.
I'll load you up, guys. I'll load you guys up in the new shaggin' wagon that we, just purchased, and drive you around. And be like, so that's where they filmed Breaking Bad. That's where they filmed Breaking Bad. They filmed Breaking Bad over there too. They filmed Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul right there. That'd be great.
It's the highlight of the trip already for me.
I will not be mad at any of that ever.
Can we throw
No.
a pizza on somebody's
Say that
roof?
you're excited, bitch.
You can do that because that pizza place is an actual pizza place. The name is different, but you can get a whole pizza that's not sliced up already from them. And it's perfect for launching on the top of somebody's fucking roof. You just can't go to the Walter White House, which is 3828 Piermont Drive, I believe, and launch it up on the roof because people kept doing that. So they built a fence around that house, and they got signs posted everywhere that says local traffic only. And the only reason why I didn't try to do that is because my license plates on the Jeep still say Missouri. So I figured if I'm driving up that road, they're gonna be like, he ain't local traffic. But now we've got the RAV4, and that's gonna have a New Mexico plate on it here before too long. And guess what I'll be able to do? Drive through there because I'll blend in as a local.
So we'll get 4 big ass pizzas to throw on the roof then.
Yeah, but they still got a fence up around the house. We can at least
You-
we
hey.
could throw it up over the fence.
You don't know Dion in his college or his high school football days, all right? Dude's got a fucking
we could
cannon
make
for
a
an
fucking
arm.
trebuchet and launch them up on top of that roof.
I'd make a trebuchet to launch
Listen,
pizzas.
you're saying a lot of fun things here. I got no problem with it. I have no problem.
Don't bring up
drunkenly drinking.
Dion. He's gone. He's no longer with us anymore. All right?
Dion will always be with us.
Dion coaches the Buffs.
Listen,
But
I
that
have
motherfucker wants to
I
coach
have no problem
motherfucking
taking
Falcons and win a Super Bowl.
several trips to wherever we have to go get wood and make a fucking trebuchet.
We'll just we'll steal wood from the redwoods in California, Nick.
There's a shitload of Home Depots in Albuquerque. I mean, it's not gonna be hard.
Do they have a lot of lawyers and doctors outside looking for handymen?
Not recently, but I also haven't been to one recently, so maybe I'll take a look tomorrow.
Please do. I'd like a full report by Monday.
I can do that, and then I'll drive down the road to where Saul's office is and get a Whataburger.
It's late. I could eat. Here's another button for you,
I did
Adama.
not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
You all chicken, you betrayed me. You all chip.
Dion, I've never betrayed you. This is what I say to you instead.
No, bitch!
Greatest sequel of all time, maybe.
Folks in the chat, tell us the greatest sequel of all time. I'll read tonight's super chats. Beverly Hills Cop 2 is up there for me. Honestly, it's when you watch other sequels. At least it's for me. When I watch other sequels, for like maybe Star Wars or I think of other franchises, Ghostbusters 2, Batman Returns. I'm always thinking about wanting to watch the original one. Even though Beverly Hills Cop is what I would call my favorite movie, when 2's on, I'm invested in 2. It is a great movie. I wish more sequels could be as good as that one is to the first. So,
Yep.
What say you, Kendo and Nick, in terms of great sequels?
Top Gun Maverick. I can play that card.
I mean,
T2, Terminator 2.
T2, yeah,
Ooh.
T2. That's a great one.
Ooh.
I'll still go Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2 is another really good choice. Lethal
Um,
Weapon 2.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
Temple of
Temple
Doom's great.
Yeah, Temple of Doom. Yeah.
Back to the Future 2 is
Diane
not as good
said
as the
Lethal
original, but
Weapon.
it's still really good.
I agree.
Yeah, Back to the Future 2 is still. Yeah, Back to the Future 2 is still one of my favorites for sure.
What were you saying,
Diane
Dion?
went Lethal Weapon 2.
Also a great
That's a
choice.
great movie.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's better than the first one. I say
It's
2
up
is the
there for me
best.
too.
It is.
But I mean, obviously, Beverly Hills Cop is my pick. But 2 is just perfect. But but it's 2 and 3. Obviously T2 and Empire. In terms of sequels, woo.
Dude, I just realized we got another Beverly Hills Cop 2 button.
I'ma kick your ass later.
Dude, I can't love that movie. Is he civilian now? You bet.
John Thomas, thank you very much. He says, The Flurkins, is that why they did a cat live stream for a film promo? Yes, that is why they did a live stream about cats, because the army of cats are what saved the day in Captain Marvel 2, The Marvels.
In the most crazy, silly internet way ever.
Yeah, and you know how I feel about cats. I'm a fan. I like them, but even I didn't buy into the whole oh my god. I was just like, really? We're worried about a fissure in time and space, and this is supposed to be like the end of the galaxy, but we stopped to have a play with cats. Can we at least keep these things tonally consistent? Is that too much to ask? I guess so. So Georgian also has clarification. He says the Flurkins live stream with a cat cafe to promote the Marvels on this week's on YouTube was super cringe. Even funnier was the SAG strike warranted this. Why didn't they settle? Damn it! Or why did they settle? Damn.
They've settled down. I was gonna say the Film Actors Guild is getting back to work, as far as I know.
Yeah. They had a tentative agreement that happened last night. So yeah.
I'm happy for some of the people I know personally that have a couple ideas they want to work on, but we do our own thing. We're like Cloud City. We operate under the Empire.
Yeah,
it looms like a shadow over us.
I'm also glad the Film Actors Guild is getting back to work because number one, now they can go earn a living again because they're probably hurting financially because they're super rich fuckers, and never mind, I don't care anymore.
Well, so Georgian, here's another one of those new buttons.
Baby, put a chicken in, make her gay.
Yeah, like I said in the chat, the only thing I want to see is the last fucking season of Stranger Things. That's it. I want that to be done and over with. So
sign me up.
I told you my thoughts on the matter.
Finn Wolfhard's going to be filing for Social Security soon. Nick,
yeah, I'm about to say, I was like, they're all going to be like finishing college when they get done, shooting this fucking show.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to portray themselves as middle schoolers at this point.
Yeah.
They're going to need to pull an Avengers 5 years later.
Yeah.
Straight up do that.
It's supposed to be 1987 at this point. But hey guys, did you see there's gonna be a Batman movie in 2 years? Oh my god, I'm so excited! I can't wait to get out of the 7th grade. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta go shave again. Fuck.
I gotta go for child support.
At this point, it's just teeny bopper feet material.
Nick, who's paying child support? Did Hopper
I don't know.
get
One of them
pregnant?
is. One of them is.
Okay. Hopper got Joy pregnant.
Maybe, yeah, I was gonna say Wolfhard got the fucking waffle chick pregnant. Who knows?
Rod Thunderheart says, in Marvels, they sure invited a lot of empty chairs. Dion, you saw a lot of empty seats in your theater. I saw a lot of empty seats.
I did.
Well,
and
okay. Well, to be fair, this is a Thursday showing. To be fair,
but by that same fairness, when I saw Guardians earlier this summer, it had way more people, and when we would go see other Marvel movies on Thursday, they would be sold out. Just putting that out.
I had to get my guard. So literally, Diane and I were just laughing about this. That it's hilarious that Guardians and motherfucking the Marvels came out in the same year. That's hilarious because I had to get my tickets for the third, because I think we saw it on the Thursday for Guardians. I had to get them a week early. And then this one, I literally waited until 3 hours before we went to the theater. And it was 12 people in our theater. So when we were talking about Marvel, talking about how Captain Marvel, made $1 billion, blah, 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 blah. Like, you only can play that card once because everyone's going to pay attention to who all they see in their theater. And for us, it was no one.
Well, I hope those empty seats bring in a lot of excited laughs because the people in the seats weren't laughing for sure. Zombie Box Review says
none of them
Lizzo
have a
ate
driver's
all
license.
No, and half the jokes would go over their heads. Lizzo ate all the other Kang variants, says Zombie Box Reviews.
That's body shaming. You can't do that.
We already had Ego the Living Planet, so played by Kurt Russell. Anubis T800 is a new YouTube member. Anubis, thank you very much. Again, shout out to Tim Riggs. Thank you for giving out 10 memberships. Guys, since we're finding out some of our biggest fans are usually asleep when we're streaming, we might have to alter up some of our streaming schedule to let more of the audience catch us live. So,
I don't roll on Shabbos.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to roll on
Well, that's
Shabbos.
down at the league office, that too.
That's true. I'll have it. By the way, Dion, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, boys. I love you guys. Another great year. We about to hit fucking. That's the only thing about the Marvels is this shit might get us to 200,000. Like I'm happy about
buddy,
that
it will.
shit. I'm excited,
dude. Everything's been rolling great, so we're just gonna keep working hard towards it. So
Keep rolling. You know.
Come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
Thank you. You got it.
We should have Fred Durst on for our 400,000 subscriber special.
Dude, I bet you we can get him, bitch. Try it. Reach out.
I will.
I don't know. I need to start talking shit to Mark Ruffalo a little bit more and make him feel bad.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo, huh? We'll have our
Mark Ruffalo, you fucking mangina.
At least Mark Ruffalo wasn't in this fucking movie.
Oh, that's always a positive.
Every time Mark Ruffalo doesn't show up as a positive. Huh? Darian's 217 with a very generous super chat. He says, "Was there a kiss or dare session during the all-girl slumber party?"
I hope so.
Where the shippers at for the Marvel all estrogen action? Just add the sound effect of that girl kept making throughout the movie. How about another joke, Murray? So first off, to answer your question, no, there was no kiss or dare. So it was just kind of like popcorn, jump rope, and Beastie Boys albums. So it was like the most innocent thing of 1987.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, what the fuck were they doing?
Plus, it is kind of funny. The Marvels is 3 women, and the Beastie Boys are 3 dudes. I thought that was really
well,
fun.
2 dudes now.
Yeah. R.I.P. MCA.
He had to remind me. Guys.
Well, 2 dudes now. Yeah. R.I.P.
Also, let's see. The sound of that's the sound she made most of that movie, and then she would like dopily smile at the screen.
That sounds just so awesome.
Yep.
Well, let's look at something that is awesome because Darian 217 had sent in that very nice message, and I believe this might be what he wanted us to show right here.
How about another joke, Murray? What do you get?
I don't think so.
When you cross
a
mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash, I'll tell you what you get.
Call the police.
You get what you fucking deserve. Good night.
He did.
Yeah.
Anubis T100 says, "Sorry to be so long absent, but I follow you silently. Keep up the good job, guys. Thank you." And for MCU Lizzo, exactly. And for MCU Lizzo, I propose she do the Kree Supreme Intelligence.
She'd be like the Kree Burrito Supreme Intelligence. You know what I'm saying?
She can get sponsored by Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Lizzo, she's got electrolytes.
Oh God, and then some.
And diabetes.
She's so sweet. It's in her blood. Tim Riggs, thank you very much for gifting 10 memberships. Tim Riggs also says MCU Phase 4 went full Kathleen Kennedy Star Wars. No plan, crap over everything that comes before it, focus on all the wrong things, assume that you can just call it Marvel and it will by default be gold. When it isn't, blame the fans. Yep.
I mean, that's their cookie cutter, everything must fit in the round hole, even if it's a square peg mentality they have over at that building these days.
That's Disney. That is the Disney mentality.
Done.
Yeah, those are the hallmarks of bad business and entertainment. Is it hard to just keep going in the right direction? I don't think so. Ask John Wick. Hell, some of the shittiest properties of all times, even living through them, weren't as cumbersome as some of the Marvel and Star Wars stuff. Like, there is nothing Star Wars can do in theaters to get people to come back to make billions of dollars. They've peaked. They made The Force Awakens and all that money, and it's been downhill ever since, and it will never continue back
They
up.
pissed off all the fans. Then they pissed on the fans by blaming them for why their shit sucked. And then they turn around and go, "Oh my God, we're so sorry. Come back." But by the way, it's still your fault. It's like, yeah, we're not falling for that fucking trick again.
Yeah, I love that there was a discussion of John Wick earlier with like the director and stuff like that. They're like, we don't know what to do with part 5 if there's going to be a part 5. We don't know where to take it. It's like,
just don't make it. 4 was good. It ended.
Yeah,
on a great
just
note.
leave it at 4. Leave it at 4.
I like when a movie knows when to call it.
I mean, they could have left it at 1, and then they made 2, and they could have left it at 2, and everything would have been. That's one of those movies series where they could have just left it wherever it was at, and everything would be fine.
Yeah,
that it's hard to say that about a lot of other movie franchises where you could say after this movie, if they never made another one, it would have been fine. But John Wick falls in that category. All 4 movies are fine. They're really good. They're fun to watch. I enjoy them. If they never make another one again, I will shed no tears because leaving it off wherever it is, it's fine.
Every 10 years, pump out an anniversary edition with some new special features, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Make John Wick in space and have him shooting a bunch of fucking Martians. I'll be down with that too. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Jump the shark for part 5. Just go balls out.
The problem is it'll fucking work because John Wick is good.
That's true. It is.
Oh God, I can't. If they do John Wick in space, I sort of show him with the 2 guns in a spacesuit. I'm fucking there already. Like, take my money for all the tickets. I want to see this. Like, I'm done.
I know Dion will watch it.
That's true.
Don't be maybe.
You would definitely watch John Wick in space. You know it.
Yeah.
You're not. God damn it.
Don't act like you won't be there fucking opening night at 6:00, beer in hand, ready to go.
I mean, 4 was really fucking good. Like,
it was.
My vernacular.
Uh-huh.
They referenced the fucking Warriors in that movie.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, while they were in fucking Rome.
Bro, or Paris. But
Paris, yeah, whatever.
That movie was, I loved it so much. The fucking dude that I trained with, we kind of became friends. I realized that he was a white boy from fucking 3 Rivers. And like that movie was so good. I mean, there was a list of movies. I'm like, you have to watch these movies for us to still be friends. And he like made it, and like we have to watch them and shit. And one of them was The Warriors. I was like, bro, you have to watch that movie. That's how much I love John Wick 4. And to your point, I probably would watch John Wick 15 in space. Like, fuck, I'm invested now. My money's invested. I might lose the house with this franchise.
That's okay. We'll use it as a channel expense. Your house will be safe.
My man.
Thank you, Modalicious. He says, did the movie reference GAC, stack cup races, yo-yo balls, pogs, string racer, planking, and Tamagotchis? No? Well, then I'm not interested.
Well, that stuff was all like the 90s.
Well, except for planking. Planking's fairly new, I think.
Yeah, that was more like the 2000s, like the aughts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fuck. I forgot the Carol, man purse thing was fucking 90s heavy.
Yeah.
I thought she was milking the 80s still.
No, she's telling you to drop the taco and get in the Nissan.
Tamagotchis was late 90s. I still got one somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. Pogs. If they would have talked about Pogs and Tamagotchis, I might sing a different tune on this movie. But they don't, so I don't care. I'm with this dude.
We're going to have to do our Pog project still. Just putting that out.
Oh, there. I'm down. I'm down for it, man. I'm down for it.
Let's at least map it out next year behind the scenes.
I'm in.
Adam Wofford, thank you for this message. He says that's called Cheaty, where they are small and really cute. Okay, I have never heard that word before. Guile Quint says Marvel, just like Star Wars, is gone. They need to stop for a decade. Fire everyone at Marvel and Disney, then reboot. Until then, no more cash from me.
They're not
I wouldn't say
100%
that.
fair. 100% fair.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say a decade, but you definitely have to course correct, and we'll see what happens with how much they lose on the Marvels. But yeah, I won't say a decade, but you gotta do something because
They need a fucking plan. They need to have something they're working towards. When Iron Man came out 15 fucking years ago, they had a plan. They said, this is where we're at. This is where we're going to go. Here's how we're going to get here. It's like taking a road trip and saying, here's where we're starting at. Here's where we're going to end. Here's the places we're going to stop along the way. You have to have a fucking plan. Without a plan, you're just wandering around like a child that wandered into the middle of a movie.
Thank you, Walter.
Yeah. Like you have to. Yeah, I mean, it's a proven thing in multiple mediums: movies, TV, pro wrestling, whatever. You got to have a plan, and the cookie cutter Fox Kids bullshit isn't going to work on the silver screen. It's just not going to work.
Fox Kids was great though.
It was awesome for that one window of time, and then it died because it was doing the same bullshit, and you just that mentality doesn't last long. You gotta when you hit it hot in the pan, you can't cut corners to replicate it. You know, it's scary. I understand. It's a terrifying prospect to take chances on stuff, but I promise you, the fucking audience will respond. You know, because trust me, if I was wrong, motherfuckers would be buying up the sequel trilogy toys for Star Wars, and Captain Marvels will be flying off the shelves. They're not. They're just not.
Just 1 second. Sorry, I was putting in a timestamp for anybody that listens to this in the future for when the Marvels review starts. So for tomorrow, for those wondering.
Like I said, I ain't mad that it's not great because we about to benefit a little bit. So
we always do.
I love talking about this shit with my boys, especially on my birthday. Like it's my birthday, we get to talk about this. So I get it, but damn, Marvel, like you can't bank on that. Like I don't have, I'm a regular motherfucker. I ain't gonna spend my money on all this shit. You know what I'm saying? My kids laughed, kind of.
Pause. Thank you. He says, Paul Wave. Friends, please tell me which of these two gentlemen would you trust to travel back in time with? Doc Brown or Rufus?
From the Boondocks?
No, from Bill and Ted, bro.
Oh, Rufus, 100% Rufus. I love Doc Brown, but shit, wait. But he shit. Give me Doc Brown. Because Doc Brown legit is doesn't want to fuck the timeline up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it never got fucked up in Bill and Ted. It was about to, but it didn't.
That's true. That's true. That's good.
And also remember, they did the whole thing of the dad's keys. They had that whole thing about putting the trash can over his head. It's like, remember the trash can. So they went back into to do stuff as well.
But with Doc Brown, you always had a vehicle to get away.
That's
true. You weren't
true.
beholden to the phone booth.
That's true. You were not.
Well, I think also it was that Marty didn't listen. So it's not that Doc Brown failed. Marty was just he was a fucking 18-year-old motherfucker looking to get his fucking dick wet. But
at the end of the first one, Doc Brown does come back and get Marty and Jennifer to take them to the future because it's about their kids. He's trying to alter the future timeline by having Marty step in and tell Griff, no, just say no. You're out. But
that's because of the altered timeline from what Marty did. He's like,
no, this is before then. This is before then.
Right. No. So this is after when they get back to 85 and then shit's changed. That's when fucking Doc pops out like, oh, fuck, man, your kids are all fucked up, bro. And he's like, shit. he wouldn't have done that if it was the exact same from the beginning of Back to the Future.
No, because by Doc going back and changing and taking him to the future, then Marty ends up buying the Gray Sports Almanac, which dicks up the fucking 1985 alternate universe. But had he not brought him into the future to try to keep his kid from going to jail, Marty wouldn't have bought the fucking almanac and screwed up the future to make them have to go back into the past to fix the fucking present. And shit, I was going somewhere. Oh, because he interferes with that, Marty doesn't end up racing, Flea, wrecking his truck and, giving up on his music. So then he ends up not doing that because Doc fucks with the timeline.
Well,
but he's trying to fix it.
Yeah, and Doc also fucks with the timeline twice because Marty dies twice. So
that is a theory that's not technically canon.
True.
I still would go with Doc Brown because he's willing to play fast and loose with the rules, and I'm okay with that.
What? But no, he's not though. He does it to prove it, and then when it works, the only reason shit gets fucked up is because the Libyans show up. So he wasn't gonna fuck with anything. Wait. He was like, fuck, the Libyans showed up. I got shot, motherfucker.
There's a good point in the chat, though. He wouldn't have had the truck without changing the past because they went back to 1955 and Marty was able to alter the future and, get to watch, his old man knock out Biff. He's never stood up before Biff ever before. Never. And then, that changes the future. So then Marty ends up getting that 4x4 that he checked out.
Right. But that's not Doc. That's Marty. That's what Doc. Yes. So right before he's like, listen, you can't interact a bunch because it gets fucks up. So he tells him, but the only reason that they do all that other shit is because in the process of them arriving, Marty fucks up his dad, his grandpa hitting his dad. So
yeah, his dad was a peeping Tom. Crispin Glover's a pervert. You should have let him get hit by the car.
But he helps him though. But that's out of Doc's thing. The only reason Marty's there is because of the Libyans. That part wasn't part of the plan.
So there it is. The whole problem right now. The goddamn Libyans.
The goddamn Libyans,
man. Goddamn.
There we go. We've settled on it. Doc Brown's the better one to go time traveling with. Just stay away from them fucking Libyans.
But also, we knew about it back in 1984.
Also, here's another question. The reason Marty's kids turn out to be assholes, is it because of the Libyans as well?
Yes. The Libyans attack your children.
Can you elaborate a little more? Because I want to hear more about this Libyan asshole children theory.
Well, because if the Libyans hadn't shown up, he wouldn't have had to jump back in time and change the mall and his whole future with his dad and everything. True. And therefore, his kids turn out to be assholes. Then Doc has to come back and be like, your kids turned to be assholes. He takes him and Jennifer to 2015, and it starts this whole fucking process.
No, you know what? I think I know what the real problem is. Reaganomics. Because had Reaganomics actually worked the way it was supposed to, you would be able to buy plutonium.
Fucking Woodrow Wilson who did all of this.
If it would have worked, you would have been able to go to any corner drugstore and buy plutonium. And if you could do that, he wouldn't have had to steal the Libyans' plutonium and make a bomb out of pinball machine parts.
But Reaganomics only happened because the JFK got capped in Dallas, man. We got to save JFK, bro. And the Libyans won't try to fuck with our timeline.
This is LBJ's fault.
White children in America.
Fucking Eisenhower. It's got to be him.
Eisenhower. Dude, you're right. You can't bomb them, bro. Don't use the bomb, Eisenhower.
If we wouldn't have been worried about the Cold War and stockpiling weapons, we would have had plutonium in every corner drugstore.
Right.
Wait, no. I know the problem. All right, go to the beginning of the universe, and when it's about to spark, just put it out with a fucking.
Yeah, but then that blinks everybody out of existence.
It solves the entire problem.
But we'd be erased from existence.
It solves the problem.
Yep.
Then they're not
right. Damn it.
No, you just got to go sit down with Harry Truman and say, look, you nuked the Japanese twice. That's fine. We won the war. But let's not start the domino theory thing. Let's stay out of Korea. Let's just hang back, okay? Let's hang back. Churchill's going to come here and talk about a goddamn Iron Curtain. Let's just say, no, bro. We already fought 2 wars in Europe to save your ass. We don't need to do a third.
Now, hold on a second. If it wasn't for Lincoln,
it's the beginning of the universe and put it out.
Kendo, if it wasn't for Lincoln, Mayor Goldie Wilson couldn't have become mayor. I'm sure he has something to do because the politics of Hill Valley caused his children to become assholes too. So do we go back that far?
Yes, we do.
They need
Yes,
a black
we do.
mayor. Holy
Yeah.
shit! It's black girl magic.
See, I don't
Oh,
see the
God, no.
problem. I mean, freeing the slaves, I mean, that worked out okay, I think. So had that not happened, Goldie Wilson wouldn't even been working in the diner to be inspired to go be, the mayor. So we can't hang that one on Lincoln.
Okay.
Jeff, please clip this. Please fucking clip this.
Yeah,
I need to
no,
clip timestamp.
we got to fast forward it. We have to blame Truman, but you know what? Here's
Damn
the
it,
thing.
Kendall dresses Marty McFly with Listen, man, you can't listen to me. Listen, I get it. I get what you're saying. But if we wait him out, Taylor Swift won't affect the Chiefs in fucking 2023 and Ray Skywalker. That won't mean much to you now. But she's not. It's dumb, dude. Don't do it. Don't push the button, man.
I can see it now. Fucking Kendo shows up at the mall with a gun. He's like, "Listen, I'm taking the plutonium in the car. I'm gonna make it all better. I swear to God."
We can't just blame Truman, though. It goes further back than that. Because the Soviet Union wouldn't have existed if Roosevelt would have stayed out of the 1920 or 1912 election and allowed fucking Woodrow Wilson to win as a fluke. Because then we would have got into World War I sooner, and the Bolshevik Revolution wouldn't have happened. So then there would have been no Cold War. God damn it, it's Woodrow Wilson's fault again. Actually, no, this is Teddy Roosevelt's fault.
God damn it, Roosevelt.
It's full circle. It's fucking damn it, Kendall. You're right again.
It's fucking Teddy Roosevelt's fault. God damn it. Or Taft. You can blame Taft.
No, I wouldn't say that. You know that dude, he rode a moose across the river. You know what I'm saying? That's quite fucking crazy.
That's true.
I can't.
So this is really Taft's fault. If Taft would have just went with the policies of Roosevelt wouldn't have the need to get in the 1912 election and allowed Woodrow Wilson to win by splitting the Republican ticket. This is fucking Taft's fault. God damn it.
Listen, man. Listen.
In terms of the way that I speak as well, you sound suspicious, Taft.
Listen, it's the founding fathers' fault. Okay, they started this whole thing. They came over here, made America, and
if they just wouldn't have decided to fight the British, this would all be different.
There you go.
We'd be sitting around right now eating mushy peas, talking about the footy.
Taxes ain't that bad.
Exactly.
Tax my tea, shit. Fuck around, all the black people will be voting.
I hope MPAUSE is happy. You see what you've done?
I would 100% love to see, like, hey, man, like, I know you're worried about this tea right now, but, if you do this, like, black people can vote, ladies can vote, you know what I'm saying? And this dude named Woodrow Wilson is going to fuck up a lot of stuff.
Dion,
so, like,
Dion.
Those aren't
The only person out of us that can go back in time and do any of this is fucking Kendo.
I know, right? That was crazy.
Because if the three of you show up back at 1776 and tell Jefferson, listen, this document sounds like a great idea, but here's some problems you might run into. Y'all are going to look out of place. I'm the only one that can pull that one off. I'm like, look, TJ, can I call you TJ? You might want to put the pen down, okay? This sounds like a really good idea, but let me tell you what's going to end up happening when you do this. Y'all ain't going to like it.
I can see fucking Kendo dressed as fucking Marty McFly. Like, listen, got a wig on. I'm wearing this wig. It's weird for me. I can't fit in these fucking pants. And bacon was made a lot faster where I'm from. But listen, all I'm saying is, colored people and women, they're not that bad. Like, let's just get this out of the way now. And
Are you
what I'm saying?
Are you sure
like,
Jefferson doesn't believe colored people are? Look, he had a lot of use for his colored ladies. So I mean, it's going to be an odd conversation.
No, you know what the real kick in the dick of this whole that scenario would be? I'd go back in time to tell Thomas Jefferson these things. He'd be like, I don't believe you're from the future. You're just a crazy. I pull out my driver's license and be like, here's my driver's license. It doesn't expire until 2027. It shows I was born in 1983. He'd be like, who's the president in 1983? I'd be like, Ronald Reagan. He'd be like, the actor. And then he'd slam the door on me. It'd all be fucked up.
Oh, God.
The timeline I want to live in.
Oh,
Oh man.
And then I'd be hanged for witchcraft. It would suck.
Yes, you would. No, because you are a very safe looking white dude, and they would
There's a lot of
feel the
safe-looking
same
looking white
way.
dudes.
He's a very safe Caucasian.
You ain't gotta go to Salem. We can skip all the Salem thing. I'm mad at my parents. Witchcraft. That's a TV show. You know what I'm saying? Stick with.
What are you talking about? The Craft? What the fuck, man?
I mean,
Neon is
technically,
the
right?
devil.
Like that's kind of fucked up, you know. It's kind of crazy, you know. But no, we stick with Thomas Jefferson and be like, hey, man, you know,
Make
are you
sure,
from the future? Listen,
make sure you say hi to your granddad.
Right. Be like, hey, I'm also got to talk to some relatives and my friends. It's gonna be fucking
He
crazy.
is your granddad.
Yeah, I was about to say Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah. Holy shit, Diane, we're related to Thomas Jefferson.
Could be. Go spit in one of those tubes and send it to Ancestry and find out.
That was one of the first Key and Peele skits.
One of the greatest. One of the greatest.
Oh god, that was like I think like the first
Holy
second
shit,
episode.
I realized I'm related to Thomas Jefferson. Yo, that entire movie, Killing Him Softly, was pretty much made for that line. Like that whole fucking that entire movie was built around that shit.
I haven't seen that in forever.
I love that movie. I really do.
Oh my god.
Tim
I'm
Riggs,
from
thank you very
America.
much for gifting another 5 memberships. We appreciate you, man. And he also says he just loves us, but he's got to go to bed most of the time. So Tim, we'll do some more stuff. We got a lot on the docket.
Mm-hmm.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much for a generous super chat. He says, I saw Kelsey Grammer speak in Atlantic City to promote his Faith American beer. He said he named it after his daughter. During the Q&A, someone asked him about being in the MCU. He gave a wink, wink answer.
Oh.
Well, he has arrived, and I'm happy for him. Like,
yeah.
I like Kelsey Grammer. He does a good job as Beast. I don't really have anything bad to say about Kelsey Grammer.
No, Fraser Crane's okay.
Xavier to God, thank you very much. He said there's a new Terminator and RoboCop game on Xbox. It seems pretty cool. Also, what's a better movie, Batman Under the Red Hood or Into the Spider-Verse? Now, Nick, you're playing RoboCop, correct?
Yeah, man.
Oh, they're making a RoboCop 4? Nice.
Yeah.
Now the game's really fun. In the first few bits, he gets his little memories and he starts seeing his past, things like that. So it's kind of during part 2 because Nuke is a thing, and you have to go crack down on Nuke.
Oh.
Yeah. But the way he aims and things like that, where you'll aim and it'll do the green cross and it'll outline their body, that happens. You have little things you get, and you can like make his armor and his life and things like that better. You can adjust things. You can have different blueprints for his gun that you can go and make better as well. So there's a lot of adjustments you can do throughout the game. So it's a lot of fun.
Do you get to shoot somebody in the dick through a
I
girl's
was
dress?
just about to say that.
150% you do. If you aim at somebody's head, it explodes like a goddamn watermelon. It's wonderful.
What was the deal with the Axel Foley jacket? Was that just a side character?
Yeah, it's a side character that comes up because you're it's very much like the part 1, part 2 thing where it's like he's remembering his past and his his brain activity is going nuts and he has to get like a sidekick. So that character's sidekick. And when I saw that his jacket, I was like, that looks familiar.
I got one of those jackets hanging up behind me right now.
Yeah, so like it's very much the Eddie Murphy jacket from Beverly Hills Cop, but I was like with some other patches on it, and I was like, that's weird, but I don't know if they're doing a callback or whatever. It was still interesting.
Well, they both take place in Detroit.
That's true.
Yeah, you made me want to play that game. So
I enjoy it, man. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Actually, those little those little buttons on his left side or whatever, those are just slightly different from the ones in the movie, but that's a pretty close facsimile. I need that.
Yeah.
Now, to answer the question for Xavier to God, I'm going to go Batman it's Into the Spider-Verse, not Across the Spider-Verse. I like Into the Spider-Verse. So
the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is all right. I haven't watched part 2. I just don't care enough to watch part 2. So but it was also delayed like 5 times, so that's how much faith they have in it.
I'll go Spider-Verse. Anybody going Spider-Verse or Batman?
I'll go Batman.
I haven't seen either, so I can't tell you.
Kendo votes Truman in a landslide or whatever. Reagan in a landslide. There
Reagan
we
in a
go.
landslide, yeah.
The actor.
John Thomas says, "Hey Jeff, some Waco around Cincinnati deleted someone and disassembled them."
Oh,
Wait,
that's
that
fucked
happened?
up. That's fucked up.
Shit.
Damn.
There's been a lot of stuff going on lately, but
Yeah, you guys just got legal recreational weed.
Yep.
oh wow. Oh wait, that's a false report according to my local news.
The weed
Okay.
or the?
No, the
The,
dismembered body.
Oh, okay.
Wait, let's see. Oh Jesus. Oh, another one. There must have been one that they found. Okay, they did find one. That's not that far from where I live. Shit. Okay, so they found it. Jesus.
Oh, did Jeff just accidentally admit to it? I think so.
Don't go back to this timestamp at 3 hours, 45 minutes, 4 seconds. Ignore this. Never go back. Yes, the voting did happen, and they already got a place open.
Of course,
Like,
they
seriously.
do. Of course,
Well, they probably
do.
knew it was going to pass, and they had it all set and ready to go for as soon as it came through.
I'm just
Yeah.
like, I looked up their website. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is so much cheaper than California.
Yeah, well, give it time. The prices will get up there probably. If only we could get a place in the South that did that, man, it'd be wild.
If only there's a way we could get in on the ground floor and invest and just, make money off of it. We need a small loan of $1 million and some farmland.
I look into the laws of getting what it takes to get a store and be a dispensary and stuff, man. See what it takes.
Hey guys, I made $1 billion selling shit. Let's buy a Target.
Let's buy a Target. I hear they're going cheap these days.
Yeah, well, at least they'll have good toy selection. I should buy an Ollie's. That way people can claim my videos are fake. Dion, Kendo, people think the Ollie's toy videos I make are fake.
Which is,
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I go into all these stores across the country because their logic is I don't have Ollie's near me. That's weird.
But you don't live there. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, I don't live by, like I said, I don't live by Disney World. That means it's not real. Okay. Disney World's not real.
Yeah, people
Just a
are
state of mind.
people are dumb.
Tim Riggs says, when I saw that Jezebel was effectively gone, I had to run about 4 or 5 out. Oh wait, he said he clarified with when I saw Jezebel was gone, I had to run about 4 or 5 out.
Hopefully, it's not to any of the writers of the Jezebel because they're not that pretty.
It's just a celebration. Celebrate good times, Jick Jack. Oh shit, hold on. Our friend Sejorjan sent this in. I did not see this, so we have to actually do this again. I apologize, Sejorjan. I'm not trying to jump ahead, but I was scrolling down. Guys, we get to press the magic button once again. This is a hell of a show tonight, folks. Thank you.
You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, if we used to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%, I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at sacrifice.
Yep. Yep. That asses.
You have a pioneered strap match, Jack. Darian217, thank you very much for your other message. He says,
Happy birthday, Dion. I didn't forget about you. No, the 2 new people. Enjoy the girls.
Also,
Man, I haven't had too many drinks for all that shit.
well,
wait, what does that mean? You're down for it finally? Is that what that means?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy, but this was one of the messages Darian 217 sent.
Who are you? What are you doing here, and where are my horses?
Sorry, buddy.
Well,
here's something to wipe your palate or cleanse your palate. Excuse me.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one.
That's weird.
What, that he's dead? So Georgian says, Coach Kendo, top 5 bad U.S. presidents. In your humble opinion, hard mode. You can't use Woodrow Wilson. Ludicrous speed mode. You also can't list Abraham Lincoln.
Fucking simples. Pierce, Buchanan, both Johnson and Carter.
All right. Shit, that was quick.
Yeah. Pierce, because, well, he had some personal problems and was a bit of a drunkard and did nothing. Buchanan, because he could have tried to fix things, but he didn't do anything about it. And we got a horrible conflict that killed millions of people. Johnson for violating the Constitution and getting rightfully impeached. The other Johnson for lying and getting us into Vietnam and escalating things because he's a piece of shit. Fuck him. Nixon, he did some good things. He's always on this list of people with bad presidents. He also possibly committed treason by trying to call off the peace talks in order to win the election. But fast forward to Jimmy Carter and his fucking miserable presidency. There you go. You got 5. And I didn't have to use Lincoln, which I wouldn't have anyway. And I didn't have to use Woodrow Wilson, although that's the easy way to go because he sucked. But you know what? There you go. There's 5 without even using both of them. Boom.
Well, WCBS just took it one extra step. So thank you, Sir Georgian, and thank you, Kendo. Xavier to God says, what's your favorite American Badass Undertaker entrance music? Is it American Badass by Kid Rock, Rollin' by Limp Bizkit, or You're Gonna Pay by Jim Johnston?
Oh, God, they all suck.
I'll go Rollin' by Limp Bizkit because that was fun Undertaker.
I didn't like that Undertaker at all.
I would say favorite is You're Gonna Pay, because as much as corny as it is, that's like the most wrestling one for me.
That's true. I'll go with that one just because of what Dion said, and it's his birthday.
I love you too. I love you, dude. I'm so glad that I did the show because I love you.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're my best friend, and I love Lisa so much.
What a story, Mark. Let's see. Xavier God, thank you. Adam Wofford says, so Jared Leto climbed the Empire State Building for no reason. He just did it. Cult leader needs attention to keep his victims believing in him.
I mean, if you told me Jared Leto climbed the Empire State Building for absolutely no reason, I'm going to believe you. But I'm also going to think
I would
that there
never
would
let anyone that I ever care about hang out.
I saw the video today and I was like, does he fall at the end of this? And then I thought, no, they wouldn't put this up if he didn't. So
I don't know. I think they still might. They'll just blur it or stop it at the end of it before you see him hit the pavement.
Can we just put a Wilhelm scream on it?
Well, I mean, there's one thing you have to remember. It's not the fall that kills you. It's sudden stop at the end.
That's also true. Yeah. My question is this: did he get arrested? Because I'm fairly certain it's against the law to start climbing those buildings.
He cleared it because it was on like Entertainment Tonight.
No. Because there was some dude that put a bunch of suction cups and Spider-Man his way up the fucking arch and then parachuted off of it. He got arrested.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah. It was like 25, 30 years ago, so it's like old news. But yeah, it's apparently against the law to just ad hoc decide to fucking climb a, national monument like that.
So that's why Spider-Man's always wanted by the police. Got it.
It could be.
Thank you, Adam Wofford. And 2026 we'll have Jared Leto on the show. right after Mark Ruffalo. Huh?
Okay.
Ugh. Fuck that guy.
I'm busy those 2 weeks.
Well, at least you won't be mad about this.
Anyone I know hang out with that motherfucker. Like, just no. Like, oh, hey, man, I'm going to be here hanging out. Fucking Jerry Lewis here. I'm like,
I feel like Dion would meet Jerry Lewis for 5 seconds and then punch him. I'd be like, God damn it, I hate you.
Yeah,
I wouldn't punch him. I wouldn't punch him, but I'd be like the qualities of Dion that people don't like would come out when I meet Jerry Leto. Like, I don't like you, dude. Like, you are a questionable motherfucker. And I'm asking questions. Fuck you, Jerry Leto. Weirdo.
We got one from our friend John Thomas who says, we need a RoboCop Terminator crossover movie. Who wins?
Did they make a comic book about that?
And a video game.
And a video game, yeah. There's on the Sega Genesis. I remember I had it. It was it was interesting.
Well, RoboCop wins because he's the good guy, quote unquote. But well,
what if he's the face Terminator from Terminator 2?
Exactly. Yeah. But they would eventually come to the same consensus. Eventually.
Yeah, maybe. Like it's like they beat the shit out of each other and realize they're both on the same team.
Right.
Yeah, and that consensus is to fight the Predator.
T-1000.
Oh my god, that would be epic. Somehow RoboCop and Terminator combine into one being and then take out the Predator. That'd be fucking awesome.
They're like a Megazord of awesomeness.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Of course, they'd never make that movie because Hollywood blows.
It's Disney.
That too.
I mean, they have all the rights to these things.
That too.
Oh, good. A new Star Wars toy line's coming out that I guarantee will be at Ollie's. Anyone else make a video about that?
Yeah. No high hopes for the sales on that one.
Hell no.
I feel so bad for Hasbro. They have to keep doing that shit.
They're getting paid. Don't feel too bad for billion-dollar companies.
Well, it's like one of those things that like they keep making shit that's nobody cares about, basically.
Yes, but they're being paid to make that shit. So they're getting their money and then they're making it. And then Disney's losing out on the sales.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
All right, guys. Well, we've reached the end of episode 379, just a smidge under 4 hours, but we were having a good time.
Damn.
At the 2-hour mark, I'm like, oh, this will be cool. No, it's been a great show, though.
Somebody asked about Back to the Future. We had to go into a 30-minute diatribe about like.
That's what makes this show great. You think I'm complaining about that? Hell no.
You were fucking saddled up and ready to go on that ride, bitch.
I was. I never said I wasn't.
Enjoyed every single second of it.
100%. I did. 100%.
I got a slice of pizza while you guys were talking about it.
See?
I ate Hillary's leftovers.
What'd you get for dinner?
We went to Boston's where we went when you came up, and she had a margarita pizza, and I ate that shit.
Well, I like margarita pizza too. I have some leftover Jets. It's still good the next day.
Nice.
It always is.
Ooh, Jets. Damn. If only they fucking deliver, I have to pick it up all the time.
Yeah, we had to pick this one up too yesterday, but it was cool. It was worth it. It was like an impromptu pizza group dinner. So, our friend Xavier to God says you guys should check out Batcanned by Pete Holmes, where the Dark Knight fires all the DCEU Justice League and Batman and Phoenix Joker. It's
dude,
new.
I love those fucking videos. Pete Holmes and
Pete Holmes is the man,
dude. Oh my god, fucking hilarious.
Especially he does the X-Men ones too.
Yeah, his X-Men one where he's Professor X is fucking hilarious, man. Oh god.
Yep.
I'll have to check it out because the one where he talks about being all sweaty and marinated in the suit and what he did to Catwoman makes me laugh every time. And not in that order.
Yep.
Yeah, where he's doing like, what is it? The Dark Knight 3 or whatever like that. And he's like, if I press this red button, will there be an explosion?
God, that was hilarious.
His stuff is awesome. I love that guy.
The Dion Green birthday stream is almost over, says Clone Geek. Yeah, but the Dion Green birthday party is just about to begin.
It's just started.
Yeah, that's no, we're not going to put the party over on Patreon. Dion, I wish I was up hanging out with you right now. We hung out on my birthday.
We're in our 30s. We got plenty of birthdays. Because we got getting older, we gotta come up with reasons to make birthdays cool. So we'll be hanging out on multiple birthdays now. Plus we fucking grown ass men up in here. So
Hey,
we'll make it happen, dog. We'll make it happen.
I just found out there's a thing you can do in Vegas where they put you in a helicopter and you have a machine gun. You can shoot targets.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
we're doing that.
You heard me correctly. In Vegas, they put you in a helicopter with a machine gun and you get to shoot targets.
This should have make you a sexual tyrannosaurus like me. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Fucking give me a pouch of that fucking shit and I'm ready to start gunning stuff.
Yeah. That's the thing.
I ain't slack jawed.
Go ahead, say the rest of that.
Well,
sure.
we on the internet, you know what I'm saying? We gotta think about the future, baby. Branding. We gotta think about branding.
Amen. So Dion, it's your birthday. Do you want to say anything special before we go?
Absolutely. You know my thing, baby. Just because it's my birthday, I'm gonna tell you what I always tell you. Free yayo!
Well, for your birthday, it'll definitely be free. Nick, what would you like to say to the audience before we get going?
Happy birthday, Dion. May you have many, many more.
Kendo?
So, according to this, it's $550 per person. That's to be a door gunner.
That didn't take long.
An M249 soft, fully automatic machine gun.
Ooh.
You can spend $37.50 to use the fucking door gunner with the minigun and fire on multiple groups of airplanes, zombies, and AR 500 reactive steel targets. Is it real bullets? Because it kind of takes away from it if it's
Let's
not.
go.
I mean, you put
It's
me in
real
a
bullets on
Huey.
there.
Please put me. Look, I will pay the $5,000 for the super inclusive package if it means I'm riding in a fucking Huey with a Browning M2 and I get to be screaming out there as we're going over the rice paddy. Get some.
We will live stream the shit out of that.
Yeah.
Question: wouldn't it be cheaper to just go somewhere and just really shoot a gun out of a helicopter? Like maybe we can rent a helicopter and just commit some international crimes.
I mean,
you don't have to hurt anybody.
Yes.
Wait. Do you know the CIA all of a sudden, Jeff? What happened?
I have connections.
I mean, that's what we should do. We should call them and be like, look, is it cheaper if I bring my own gun and ammo? Because I've got that. I'm just lacking the helicopter.
You know what we do is we just like rent one of those like day trip helicopters to go over a lake and just fire guns into a lake. People are like, "Oh, that's not legal. It's not anywhere in your terms of service."
That's how we fish.
Yeah. And even if we're like, well, the difference is this gun is fully automatic. Like, look, I can take this gun apart and file down the receiver and risk going to jail to make it that way myself.
We'll do some more research, Kendo. Let's see what we come up with.
Or, I could save up $20,000 and get the license to allow me to own fully automatic weapons.
That's also true. I mean, you are working on your doctorate. You might as well get your license for fully automatic weapons as well. So,
yeah, be like, so you're going to use a student loan for education purposes, right? Oh yeah,
I'm learning something.
I'll be learning a lot. Be learning a lot with this BAR.
Oh, you're going to be a lawyer. Nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to pass the bar exam, the BAR exam. That'd be great. Everybody I see is a kraut.
So I guess that's all from everybody else. But folks, thank you for joining us tonight. Join us next week for another episode on Thursday. Join us on Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a High Council episode. And make sure you go to stealingsolo.com to get the graphic novel that people call Laugh Out Loud Funny and the greatest Star Wars parody since Spaceballs. The website's powered by Shopify, so you get the award-winning safety and security, and you can only get it from us because it was written and drawn by me. So, folks, it answers the greatest what-if question of all time. What if a group of disgruntled Star Wars fans kidnap Harrison Ford and force him to remake Star Wars in their basement? And it can be yours for a limited time only. So go to stealingsolo.com right now and grab a copy. I'm going to ship out more books tomorrow. I shipped out probably the biggest order yesterday. This has been a crazy 10-day period.
I mean,
our best 10 days.
I'm about to say Thanksgiving's around the corner. Christmas is coming up the pipe. So, it's happening, man. You're probably going to get a lot more orders.
I got my notice the other day that mine was shipped out.
Yep. You got it. Should be there because you're far, so it should be there probably
now I am.
Saturday. Yeah.
I used to be close.
I know I miss those days. I'm very happy for all your life changes and would never want those to go anywhere. But I do miss the days where it's like I'm only 5 hours away. I'll be there soon. All right.
Well, don't worry. We'll build Briarville and it'll be fine.
We're gonna have to because now I'm like out here isolated in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I just want to go back to Missouri.
We'll bring Missouri to you, Kendo. It's possible.
I wonder if I could. No, because I can't buy any land here technically because it's sovereign nation of somebody else.
I just take it over, man. You're used to that. It's fine.
That's true. Although it didn't work out for that one guy in Montana.
Listen. I'll come over and smooth things over between you guys. I'll be the middleman. It's fine.
Be like he's one of you. He can talk to you. You guys both, you got that brotherhood. Yeah, no, I can do that. I could just like drive down to Gallup, be like, look, I'm going to buy this house on this little quarter of an acre, and then I can just fly a Missouri flag, be like, I secede, write a letter to Governor Parsons, be like, look, this is technically Missouri now, all right? So, I've got a St. Louis area code. Just give me a postal code that starts with a 6, and we'll be good. And this is sovereign Missouri soil now.
Sovereign Missouri. I love it.
By the way, Rod, we did read your member chat about Drive Through Love or See Through Love, the one about the teacher in the book. We talked about that one because Kendo or Nick was like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
So, folks, check out Rod Thunderheart's book. I have a copy, and admittedly, I haven't read it all yet, but I like what I've read so far, Rod. So, folks, if you're looking for something interesting, Rod, like I told you in the stream proper, drop the link in the chat to let people know where they can find your book. Because, like I said, we're all about believing in there's enough for everyone to go around. So spread the word and help a fellow creator out because you never know what the next great property is going to be.
And don't stop till you get enough.
Jamal. All right. So, folks, from all of us here at World Class Bullshitters, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
.com.
Nice shooting, son. What's your name?
My name is Jeff.